chess is so rich that one lifetime is not enough to enjoy it all. Welcome from Budapest to the 2023 Educational Chess Summit with that quote from my Dutch colleague Hans Rey, journalist, a grandmaster, which is justified by the enormous richness of chess as a game. Because the number of different possible games, one followed by 123 zeros, is bigger than the number of atoms in the universe. But Hans Rey's phrase also applies to what we can call the chess culture. I mean, it's 1,500 years of documented history, its fascinating connections with many fields of human knowledge, and above all, its huge usefulness as an educational tool. In this Educational Chess Summit, we are going to talk about how chess can help you to make better decisions in your life, and also about mindset, artificial intelligence, and many other things. But first of all, let me introduce a very essential person. Many of you already know that Judith Polgár has been the only woman at the top 10 in the history of chess. Since she retired in 2014, she has been working very hard for chess as an educational tool. And that's why this Educational Chess Summit is organized by the Judith Polgár Foundation. Hi, Judith. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm very excited.
Mm-hmm. And I know that you like challenges very much, so I propose you one. In the next 6 hours, we must convince most of our audience that chess raises the quality of education and can help them to take better decisions in their lives.
I take your challenge, Leoncho, and I think we're both so passionate about it and we know so much how beneficial it is that we take really the challenge.
We will listen to Judith more times later, but now I'm going to introduce you to another woman I admire very much. Dana Rezniece-Wasola was a high-level female grandmaster for years, and at the same time, he became a minister of her country, Latvia, among other occupations. She is now the deputy chair of the International Chess Federation, FIDE, and very important, she is also the patron of this Educational Chess Summit. I give the floor to Dana Rezniece-Wasola.
Dear spectators, it is my great honor to be the patron of this great Judith Polgár's Global Chess Festival's Educational Chess Summit here today. You know, decisions are driving the progress because without taking them, you cannot change the dynamics in the position. And this is something I think that every chess player understands very well. But not only the chess players. I mean, in every area of their life, you need to take decisions on a continuous basis. Talking about my own experience. I've been for 10 years working in the national politics, being the Minister of Economic Affairs, also being the Minister of Finance. I've been playing chess since I was 8, now working for the International Chess Federation. I've been working for space technologies, building the satellites. Now I'm also serving for my national army. And whatever I've been doing in my life, you are faced with taking decisions. And here, chess is, and my chess experience has helped very much so, because every chess player is taking the decision. I mean, every game, every move in the game is a decision-making process. You try to analyze, you calculate, you rely on the general principles that you know. Sometimes you even rely on your intuition, but then you need to make the move. You need to take the decision because the time is ticking. And time is always a factor. People say that there's so many millions of the ideas in the world, but not all of them are taken to the life because so many people are afraid of taking decisions, while it also does have the consequences, and you have to take the responsibility. So this is something that if you play this royal game, you'll be trained very well. One of the things that chess teaches you is smart use of resources. Every kid already knows that before you start attacking, before you continue with your great plans, get out your pieces, put them in their best and optimal places so that they complement each other, so that they help each other. And when they're put in the best places, then they can help you. Then there will be your best army. So the same comes in life. I mean, if you're a smart leader, you would surround yourselves with the best people in their area. You can be the most talented manager, but you cannot be the best accountant, the best IT specialist, the best salesperson. So better to use them and try to understand what is really their strong side. In chess, you cannot expect that the bishop will jump like a knight or a pawn would act like a queen. So the same in the life. Know what your people are strong in and facilitate their growth in those areas. And ask them what is actually the thing that they need. So they will appreciate and they will follow you more and support you more then. You are not the only one in the game. So please remember this. I mean, a chess player knows you can have your best strategies, you can have your best plans, but there's an opponent out there who also has their intentions, their plans, their wishes. So the same in the world. For example, in politics, you need to understand that your decisions will have a huge impact on the society. You have to think how it would be if you were in their shoes. Or in business, quite often people think, okay, I like this product, I like this service. So don't think what you like or what you need. Think of what can be actually sold. Think of what other people want and what are their requirements and needs, and satisfy those. So think of those who are out there. Preparation. So every chess player knows that before an encounter on the chessboard, you do a lot of homework. You analyze all the variations the opponent knows, try to find the weaknesses and prepare against those. But sometimes you see, your chess opponent is so strong that you cannot really find any weakness. So what to do then? Then there's one smart trick. Do work on your own weaknesses. Try to go back to your positions, try to find or remember where there were certain failures and get rid of them. I mean, I call it preparing the Trojan horse. So you avoid your weakness, you prepare something special there, and then you sit and wait for them to come. Normally they do. So ladies and gentlemen, it is really so that your strength is not about having, quite often it is not about having million strong sides. It is actually about the ability to see your own weak spots, acknowledge them, get rid of them, improve yourself continuously, and then you'll be a much stronger personality. Strategy and tactics. My trainer, my chess coach in the childhood always taught me, you have to play safe so that the drawing is in your pocket. I never actually learned to do so, but I like it because I understand that this tactics actually works very well if you play against a similar strength opponent, but if you play against a very strong one or a much weaker one, this doesn't work. Then you have to take much more risks because you need to distort the balance. Then you might have the chance. So in the real life as well. I mean, if you encounter a stronger opponent, try to be more original. Try to do something special. Don't do the usual things. Otherwise, you know, you'll be the same as the others and would not have any chance. The superiority, more experience would just outplay you. Learning from mistakes. Everyone knows that you have lost the game or you failed somewhere, so you try to find the mistakes and correct them. But you know, only those who really learn also from the victories and try to look for the mistakes in the victories, they are the ones who become the world chess champions and world champions. Because, yeah, chess is a universal game, but what is also true, our human brain, human mind is not perfect at all. So we make mistakes, and even the best games always would have some imperfections. And sometimes when you win, so you forget, or when you are very successful in some area, you forget about correcting some faults. So don't forget about that. And one especially important thing is maintenance. So whatever project you do, don't forget about this part. It is preparation, it is implementation, but it is very important to continue with the ex ante or post project maintenance. Sometimes we tend to forget about this, but you know, as good as your intentions are, as strong as your resources are, no project, no reform or no program is actually perfect. There will always be some mistakes to be adjusted. Please allow yourself to have time. Please allow yourself to have resources for further adjustments. Sometimes in politics you don't have this because your mandated time is very limited, and you just probably have finished one reform and you are already, you know, out. You've been changed, and the same project comes into the hands of your, you know, political competitors who are not interested in improving or, you know, avoiding any mistakes in this maintenance part. But if you've got the chance, please do. So life and, you know, be it politics, be it business, or be it any area, also requires from you constant adjustment. You know, you've got your plans, 5 years, 10 years, your goals, your strategies. But again, I mean, there are so many external factors that do have impact on your projects or on your ideas, on your work. And, you know, a chess player knows that after every opponent's move, you need to readjust your plans. So see, how does the position change? What is, you know, some special threats to me? So we need to adjust, and that's also the same in the life. I mean, think of COVID, think of war. That really changes all the, you know, preconditions to your businesses, to your everyday operations. So you have to also be able to be very flexible, yes? And sometimes what is very important, especially in these crisis situations, it is changing the perspective. So every chess player knows that there's a very good trick that my coach already taught me when I was a little kid. So after a while, stand up and go and look at the same position from the behind of your opponent. You would be surprised how different the position will look, and you'll see new opportunities, new threats from the different perspective, and you'll get new ideas. The same in the life. It's very important to you know, not get stuck in your own mind or your own viewpoint, but change the perspective. And one smart thing is actually to ask for the opinion of the other people, because they will have totally different perspective. You might not always like what they say, you know, because they would probably quite often having different opinions, sometimes even opposing you, but you'll get a different perspective, different ideas, sometimes fresh ideas, some unexpected aspect will come into your perspective, and you'll make better decisions. Deduction is the fruit of experience. So learning from the very best, continuously accumulating new knowledge, new skills will allow you to make the decisions faster. You'll be better in deducting. So a grandmaster in chess does not calculate every option that is there on the board. They immediately know which ones, like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 alternatives are worth calculating, worth spending your time on. So the more you know, the better your intuition is also developed, and you can get rid of excessive alternatives. So continuously improve your skills, your knowledge, and you'll be better in deduction, in decision making. Fair play. Please do remember that that life is not a marathon. Life is not a sprint. It is the marathon. It is the long distance. And it takes a lot of time for you to build your reputation, but it can be lost like this, and then to restore it, it's very difficult. In sports, there's no value really in the victories that you have gained without following the fair play principles. This very sweet sense of satisfaction when you have won the tournament, won the game, won the championship. It only comes if you have spent your hours sweating in your sports hall or at the chessboard. It is, it is this your own effort that gives you afterwards also the great satisfaction. Actually, there is no easy way to the success. You don't need to understand that you cannot go around this mountain. If you want to be on the top of the Olympus, you need to climb the mountain, and the highest it will become, the more difficult every step of yours will be. But when you reach it, yeah, then it's your own achievement, and then it's worth a million. So the same in life. I mean, I do really believe in this principle of energy conservation. Whatever you give to the world, you get it back. And in the long term, being fair, even in the most unpleasant situations, not always you will be able to take pleasant decisions. Sometimes you need to take very hard decisions. Sometimes you need to take decisions that will probably hurt others, but be fair and do base your decisions on your best value system. It's actually not that difficult to take decisions if your value system is well developed and stable. So whatever your area of occupation is, I mean, you will find your perfect formula for your success, putting also some part of emotions, which is very important. People feel that you are not just doing your work formally, but if you put some piece of your heart, it will make a big difference. So you'll find your own formula. But if you follow some nice principles that lead you to faster and more efficient decision making, you will reach goals others only think of. Thank you very much for your attention.
Much, Dana. Judith Polgar still joins me. Thank you, Judith, with two very inspiring personalities and a very good friend of us, just on my right hand, who also plays chess. And by the way, Judith, we need a name for him.
Well, there should be something which connects us with chess, right? So I think it's Chessy Bear.
Chessy Bear.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's come back to our two very inspiring guests. Linda Mayos-Hassi has a very interesting profile. She is now a first-instance judge at the Central District Court in Budapest, specialized in family law cases. Before that, when she was a teenager, she was actively playing chess from 10 to 16, and nowadays still plays just for fun. Thank you very much for coming, Linda.
Thank you for the invitation.
And Norbert Fogarashi is the head of Morgan Stanley's Budapest office, a leading center of technology and analysis of the Global Bank, employing a staff of 3,000 people, and also a managing director, and he is a candidate master-level chess player as well. Thanks a lot, Norbert, not only for being here today, but especially for all your support for chess.
It's our pleasure. Thank you.
Let's introduce the first subject of discussion I propose. Several scientists consider that there is no transfer at all in between the qualities or abilities one develops in a very specialized field, like chess, for instance, and other fields in life. Other scientists argue the opposite. After 50 years in the chess world, I believe there is transfer, except when there is obsession, because if chess is the only thing in your life, there is nowhere to transfer anything. From the different experiences of your lives, what do you think? As we are talking about chess, let's start by Judith.
Well, I started to play chess when I was 5 years old, so I grew up with chess. Chess is my second language. And I was playing competitively more than 30 years. And only after that, I started to do other things. But I do believe, and I feel, whether I'm organizing the Global Chess Festival, or I do other activities, or whether it's cooking, or whether it's arranging my apartment, whether it's raising my kids, I always use a lot of things, to name a few, to be resilient, to always change your thinking, change your plans, to take responsibility, to make decisions nonstop. And there are a lot of other things that I do. My creativity, of course. So I do believe that for me in my life definitely it transfers to everything else.
I'm a witness of that. So, Linda?
I agree. I would refer to my professional life because this is why I'm here as a judge. And I think the most important thing I've learned from chess is to be prepared, not to be surprised. Of course, there are some surprises, but if you are prepared on a certain level, you cannot be surprised. From my point of view, the opponent is not the parties themselves, but the whole case. So I have to tackle with the case, not the people. And this is why I'm saying to be prepared is very, very important. And this is what I've learned from chess.
Norbert?
Yeah, well, let me start by saying how excited I am to be here and to be having this discussion with you, talking about chess, right, and how the skills we acquire in chess we can transfer to all walks of life. And within life, I guess professional life will be sort of my thinking or my area that I want to focus on. And yeah, the answer from my own experience, from my own life, is a resounding yes. There's definitely transfer. I grew up learning and playing chess, and the skills that I acquired there, preparation was already mentioned, decision making, we're going to talk about making plans and trying to stick to those plans, have definitely helped me in my professional life. So my own experiences tell this, but I think there's also scientific studies now that show that kids who learn chess, right, who grow up with that game, are more easily developing those skills that are then important for them in life and also in their professional life.
Clear enough. Let's look at a particular element, starting again by Judith. a self-criticism. When a chess player loses, he or she immediately does two things: congratulating the winner and analyzing in detail why he or she lost. Do you notice that by the fact of being a chess player, you are more self-critical than most people?
Actually, I did realize that, and the higher level you go in chess, the more critical, self-critical you have to be yourself. Because that's the only way that you can improve on yourself, on your game, or on your choices, what strategies you choose. And indeed, I do have this all the time myself, whatever I'm doing, and sometimes people misunderstand that I'm critical to them. No, when I'm analyzing, for example, the Global Chess Festival, next day I'm going to be analyzing all these things, what went right, what could be better, because it's fresh. And when it's very fresh, the information, it's very important to be critical. And of course, it's a mindset that you have this self-control and controlling what you're doing all the time. And I think this is the way to growth, to develop new things and new projects, and simply to be better from one day to another.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Linda?
I agree. Self-criticism is very important and it has its role. But in a professional life, obviously you learn from your mistakes. As you introduced me, I'm working on first instance, so there is always an appeal, not always, but sometimes there are appeals against my decisions. So I get some inputs from a higher level. Also, I check what I've done good, bad, and reflect on my work. But the other thing is that not work on that too much, because it just takes away time. Of course, you have to learn from those mistakes, but there is a certain level when you just have to give it away. I mean, just let it go, because then you cannot prosper from a new challenge if you are stuck on a mistake and focus on that one. And the other thing I wanted to add is not only self-criticism, but self-awareness. This is something also very important, to know what I'm able to do, what, again, back to prepare, what I'm prepared for, what is above this, what I'm capable of, and to be conscious with this all the time. This is something also coming from chess, I think.
Mm-hmm. Norbert?
Yeah, so as I think back to my own chess career and sort of studying the games of the top chess players, there's one thing when you make a mistake within a game, or clearly the game is not going according to plan. What I see is that the top players are much more resilient. So even in a difficult situation, they're somehow able to muster enough strength and put their knowledge together to make it as difficult as possible for their opponents. So that's definitely one aspect of it that I also learned from chess, that even if you can have the best laid plans, but sometimes, you know, even the best plans don't withstand the first contact with enemy, as the saying says. So it may well be that things just don't go according to your plans. And can you readjust? Do you have the level of resiliency then to be able to continue fighting? And secondly, when you're playing in a tournament, let's say you've lost a game, right? This is an example you gave. You congratulate your opponent. I don't know how sincere that
I was also shaking on that one.
you know, this is, it's more
very optimistic line.
This is more something in the heat of that moment. That's not always the most sincere congratulations. Your immediate thought is on, oh, what did I screw up again? And how can I stand up from such a state of disaster, right? And that's the other thing that I think is very important to apply to life in general and within that professional life, that whenever you have failures or something doesn't turn out the way you had expected, and it's inevitable, right? I think that's what we all have to learn, is that there's not like a straight path career that just takes you to the top. How resilient you are to those failures, how quickly you can get back to a state of balance where you can then start to motivate yourself again, is a skill that you can develop through the game of chess. And that's something that I've learned for myself, that you know, through chess where the stakes are lower, you know, certainly if you're not a top level player, you can learn to acquire these skills of, okay, things are not going to plan, but I'm still going to do my utmost, I'm still going to do my best, and after a loss, I'll try to muster myself and get back as quickly as I can to a balance.
Now, a chess player and a person who has to make decisions of great responsibility every day are similar in that these decisions are usually difficult, quick, and under pressure, although the type of pressure is different in each case. You two, Linda and Norbert, can make a big difference in people's life with your daily decisions. And you, Judith, can have a great influence on the quality of education of millions of children through your work for the Judith Polgar Foundation. What elements of a chess player's way of thinking most influence the way you make decisions? I can mention some examples. Disciplined thinking, intuition, objectivity, ability to concentrate, global vision. Well, the list is really very long.
Well, to make good decisions, you need a lot of things. First of all, you have to have a calm mind, because you cannot make good decisions being nervous, being frustrated, or being under time pressure. It happens, for example, in chess, when you're in time trouble, you have, let's say, 1 minute to finish the game. It's sometimes not the problem that you have short on time, but the problem is the panic you have that you're short on time. So time element is very important in decision making, and calmness. I would highlight, I think, these two. And you can always practice it, and it's very much on your mindset. How do you deal with something that did not go the way you want it to have? How do you let things, let it go, and you switch yourself? And I think mindset is something that we all have to think about, that how strong it can be. And actually, you can make a decision. I did during organizing this festival quite a few times that, okay, some very unexpected things happen. Okay, this is life. Let it go. I said also to my team, we did everything. We made all our preparations. Things happen. Small things, wars, whatever, right? And then you have to go move on. And you shouldn't take it so personally what happens. It does not happen to you, attacking you personally when many people think that. It happens. Even if it seems like it just happens to you. No, you have to let it go. And this is why it's so important what Linda was saying, the preparation. If you're always in training, then you can handle very difficult situations. And this is why I was a good chess player, I think, because I had a daily training.
So you have learned that Murphy's Law is always there.
It's always there. And you can make sure if you organize some event, there is something will go wrong in the last minute. So that's why you have to have a very clear and positive mindset to be able to overcome and just go forward and see the good things.
What about you, Linda?
Yeah, what came to my mind is that the time is very important, yes, to make a decision in the right time. For me, it is very important to collect data to have the right decision. And in collecting data, you have to select the important ones. It's also in a chess game when you see what the opponent just moved and you start thinking, why? Of course you have to check why. But if you have a concept, then you should, okay, there are some exceptions, but stick what you wanted to do and just, okay, check what he was doing. Yeah, nothing threatening. Go, oh, okay, then don't waste your time on side movements, if I can say that. So it's very important to stick to your concept. Of course, if there is a big change, you have to be resilient and quickly reacting to change, but still, if you have a concept, try to do what you really want to do. And the other thing you asked about abilities and the qualities, what is needed to have good decisions. And for me, it's also very important to respect all my cases, all the opponents. It's never good to underestimate the other side and the case. If it seems like it's very simple, I still do the same process. Okay, maybe it's a bit quicker because I can tick, tick, tick. but still respect the other side of the case of the party.
Stick to the concept. I guess, Norbert, you have to do this daily in your difficult job.
Absolutely. It was very interesting to listen to the ladies because a lot of what they said can directly be applied to the business side as well. So maybe just to rephrase, pattern recognition. So the more a chess player has studied, is in training, is in that frame of mind, the easier they will be able to make decisions and the quicker. So that's the same in the business life. Once somebody has been in there, has had experiences of failures, of similar sort of decisions, then they will be able to make that decision more quickly because they had seen it before. And the time element that Judith emphasized is also very, very important in the business life as well, because some decisions you just have to make quickly, and the time is absolutely of the essence to seize a certain opportunity that only exists for a period of time out in the markets or out in the labor market. If there's a job opportunity, career opportunity comes up, you have to jump on it and act quickly. But in other times, just like in a chess game, it's a critical position. You have to weigh up the options. You shouldn't be rushing yourself to a decision because this can fully alter the game's outcome. So I think, and knowing when to act quickly and jump on a decision versus knowing, that you actually have to spend more time and weigh up the options more carefully is the absolute same in the business world as well. So there's a lot of parallels that have also been mentioned here. And maybe the last thought, as Judith was talking about time pressure, and you're down to 1 minute, and it's not really the fact that you're down on time, but it's the panic. What I was thinking is the decisions that you make in such a time pressure, you have really already made them earlier, because if you had already done the preparation, you had already expected that to come up, it doesn't hit you as a surprise, but you're kind of ready for the unexpected, because life always throws these curveballs at you, and you expect this unexpected, then you won't be as panicked. Then you will be able to stay calm, and you should be able to make better quality decisions under pressure.
As you can see, the parallelism is really a big one. Now we have 7 minutes and a half for the last question. Artificial intelligence is beginning to influence almost everything. For example, as a judge, it can be very useful, as you have mentioned already before, in your work to quickly access thousands of previous judgments. And if I remember well, Norbert, you did your PhD in computational finance, applying AI techniques to problems in finance.
Right.
But for the moment, machines do not take into account the emotions or socio-economic circumstances of each person. How do you combine technology with your knowledge and intuition in the professional decisions you make? And in Judith's case, what advice do you give to chess players when it comes to combining their own ideas with what the computer says?
I was on a very interesting and sometimes painful journey to experience this myself, because I was in the very beginning, it was very clear that my style is very straightforward and very creative, and I liked very unexpected moves to make and solutions. And time was important because to confuse the opponent, the psychological element as well, it was very important. And then later on, when we had the first databases, it was something very interesting, very cool. I didn't have to bring my 15 kilos of notes. But the real difficult time came for me when the engines came. They gave different evaluation, which was confusing. They made suggestion in moves, which I didn't understand. But by now, all in the last 15 years, it's very clear that the computer started to get more to human thinking. And the humans, because we are using so much the engine, we are starting to think more like a computer. First of all, what disappeared in chess itself, before when I was making my crazy moves on the chessboard, people were reacting, Judith, it's crazy, it can't be good. By now, having the artificial intelligence in computers, there is no single move that any of the player will say it's impossible. But the game itself became very interesting because we trust the computer, but we still have to be extremely critical, and we have to understand the ideas behind it to be able to implement it ourselves on the chessboard when we are on our own already, not playing out of books and using the suggestion of computer. But of course, it's changing our life, it's changing the sport. I can say we are having a completely different sport than nearly 10 years ago when I retired.
It is very good to know that I am not the only one suffering because the way of computers think. What about you, Linda?
It's the same on the justice side. It's good that we have that kind of help to have access to this database for previous judgments. I think it's more critical with law system who use case law. In Hungary we don't have case law, but we still stick to the written law. But in those countries where case law is ruling, it means that if you find another case, another judgment from the past, you have to apply the same situation to your judgment. And well, I'm happy that I don't have to do that. And I can individualize, so check all the single components and make my judgment according to that. What you just mentioned, that machines cannot evaluate socio and these kind of emotional elements. The thing is that I read an article which says that it's not a bad thing, but a good one, because a judge can have biases by that, and machines are more objective than a judge. So you can argue on both sides, and well, it's a challenge for judges as well, I think.
Machines are more objective.
No, but true, absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, this is a topic that's very close to my heart, obviously. But with technology, chess engines, and now artificial intelligence, the first thing we have to lay down, these are tools, right? So these are not going to. There's a lot of talk in the business world. AI is going to replace, the jobs, and I don't think so. AI is a tool that will help us because they are objective, because they are able to analyze data much more quickly and able to make conclusions quickly. So fantastic tools that we will be able to apply and make ourselves more productive and improve the quality of our decision making, take more things into account more objectively. Chess is really a simplified version of life. It's very well constrained to the 64 squares, and therefore we have seen how AI can be applied to the simplified version of life. It's already made breakthroughs, right? AI engines have completely outperformed the classical chess engines, and we see that they work. And chess is also a very well measurable sort of field or platform, and it has really proven that these tools are really, really useful in that constrained world. And now I think we're in the process of applying AI to other walks of life and other areas of life. And obviously the test in chess has been very, very positive. And I think we will see it will find its way and its right place in other walks of life, whether that be the judgmental system or whether that be the business life. And we already see that. So at Morgan Stanley, we already use artificial intelligence to help our financial advisors give better advice to our clients. Right? They're not going to replace, in our view, our financial advisors. People will still need that emotional contact, and they need a human to actually interact with them and give them advice. But our financial advisors will be able to give better quality advice with the use of these better tools.
I think it has been a very instructive debate. A million thanks to all three of you. And you, dear viewers, don't go too far, because in a minute we are going to talk about a very important line of thought in today's world. I'm talking about mindset, and chess is very connected to that. And the next speaker is Barry Haima, one of the world's leading interpreters of mindset theory in educational practice. He is an emeritus professor of psychology in education at the University of Cambridge in the UK.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be talking about the applications of mindset theory in the chess world in particular, because it gives me a chance to blend my professional life in the world of education and in particular applications of mindset to the chess world, which is a personal passion and has always been a personal passion of mine. I'd like to first of all acknowledge the salient contribution of the originator of mindset theory. Her name is Carol Dweck, a professor of psychology at Stanford University. I've had the great privilege of working with Carol on conference tours in Europe since 2010. And every time I get to meet and work with her, it's lovely to get some direct insights into both the origins and the recent workings of her theory. So I'd like to start by saying a few words about an activity that I've used for the best part of 20, even 25 years when working with adults and children and young people. I ask them to reflect on something they've achieved in life, an accomplishment that's brought them a great sense of pleasure, fulfillment, satisfaction, triumph even, in any domain of human achievement. And I ask them not to reveal what that domain is, because that might be a deeply personal reflection. But I ask them to find a word or a short phrase which captures the essence of how they achieved whatever the achievement was. So a chess player might reflect on how they achieved a title after many years of working towards one. A cyclist might talk about a particular sporting moment. And over the past 20, 25 years, I've gathered those words without knowing what the area of achievement actually was. And the slide here captures a summary of the overwhelmingly popular explanations that people talk about. They use those words all the time. And by the way, children use those words too, even though the word itself might be slightly different. A 6-year-old once spoke about bounce-back ability is what allowed her to achieve her goal. An adult would probably choose to use the word resilience, but it's the same concept. And then I was struck with those words on the other side of the slide, how rarely people talk about ability. How rarely they say my gift or talent in that domain allowed me to achieve my goal. And I wondered then about the nature of our education system, where we give such importance, such salience, such status to notions of intelligence and ability, and grouping children from an early stage, almost expecting what they're likely to be achieving in life based on their intelligence, when what we know from our lived experience is that those factors on the other side of the slide are the dominant ones that make the difference. And this speaks very powerfully to mindset theory as developed by Carol Dweck, who has come up with notions of fixed and growth mindset. And what she has found over many years of work and a huge number of laboratory and naturalistic studies is that individuals can have one or either or both, or sometimes a combination veering towards one in one domain but not in another. But if an individual had a fixed mindset, and I know I personally did for the first 4 decades of my life in many areas of achievement, I believe that what I was given by God or by my genes, in a sense, defined what I could do in that domain. So though I loved chess when I was very young, I did quite well. I didn't do as well as others, so I assumed that the others have more natural ability. And maybe I minimized how much more work they were putting in than me, or maybe the quality of the work that they were putting in was rather different from mine. But if I hold a fixed mindset, as I did as a chess player when I was young, my belief is that it's fixed. I've got a certain amount of chess ability, and therefore my priority is to make myself look as good as possible as a chess player, not to learn, but to show how smart I am, so to win games. And you can see where this leads. I will choose opponents who I'm likely to beat. I will avoid competitions where I'm likely to experience failures, because my job is to maximize the appearance of having a lot of ability. And you can see what follows from that. I feel clever when I do get these wins, and I avoid successes which are hard won, because that must mean I had to work hard to overcome my lack of ability. And I will find ways of giving the impression that it's there at the maximum. Whereas other individuals who might have held a growth mindset in chess would believe that they get smarter because they work better, they train harder, they find more challenging opponents, they can develop new skills and insights, they can learn better from failure, they can cope with those setbacks rather better than others, and all the rest follows from that. They feel clever when they're fully engaged in a tough struggle, not when they're using a scholar's mate to beat someone in 4 or 5 moves. and they will avoid situations where they can't learn. When I came back to chess in my later middle age, the first tournament I entered, I met a young man who I played in the first round off an old rating I was still playing, which was relatively high. He was much lower rated than me, and I expected to beat him easily, and he thrashed me in 19 moves. And after the game, when I'd stopped crying and apologized to him for not giving him a better game, I asked him why he was in my section, which was quite a high section. And he said, because if I was in the lower section, I'd probably win it. And I said, what's the problem with that? He said, well, I probably wouldn't have learned much. And I've made a note of that young man. I've been spotting his trajectory in the chess world, and I'm not surprised that he's continuing to make leaps. He's got a wonderful growth mindset and is, in a sense, working hard in every tournament to develop those skills. So with those contrasts, if you like, between holding a fixed and a growth mindset, we see what this leads to in terms of our attitudes and our behaviors across the lifespan. If I believe that my ability is something which is fixed, I'm going to, if you like, not like learning situations. I'm going to avoid those. I'll seek out praise, because praise makes me feel good about myself. And I'll have high confidence in myself only when I'm winning, not when I'm losing. And we can see the potentially long-term consequences of these, overgeneralizing from one experience to another. I lost there because I'm rubbish at chess. No, I lost there because I misplayed the opening and I should find ways of correcting it. I exaggerate my failures. I, if you like, catastrophize situations, when actually, no, it's not the end of the world if you had a bad tournament. There's always another tournament, as Mickey Adams once said to me. If you have a desperate tournament, sign up for the next one and look forward. And Michael Adams, a leading grandmaster of the past 30 years, has said himself that however good you are, however talented you are, you've always got to keep improving. You can never rest on your laurels. And so too with some of those at the bottom. I don't think that effort is anything other than substituting for a lack of natural ability. There's lovely studies conducted by researchers in the United States of America, and in many ways they were looking at gender imbalances across disciplines. And they started with mindset statements. And you can see the first of those statements, being a top scholar in my domain requires a special aptitude that just can't be taught. If you like, in philosophy, having that beam of light, that brilliant natural insight, it's actually a very fixed mindset view. The one below is very growth mindset. When it comes to my subject, the most important factors are motivation, sustained effort, and raw ability in that domain is actually very secondary to that. And they gave these statements to college lecturers at universities across a wide region in America. And they just wanted to see, are there differences between the fixed and growth mindset views of university lecturers in different departments? And I'd just like to share with you some of their findings. There were marked distinctions between the mindsets of lecturers in these domains. Some of the most fixed, those on the left-hand sides, like physics, computer science, and the least fixed, those on the right-hand side, in subjects to do with science, technology, engineering, and maths. And it's just interesting. You just need to look very briefly at those results to see that you will see here, writ large, the gender gap. If you look in the arts and humanities, the views expressed most commonly amongst lecturers in fixed domains, and I should say this isn't all lecturers, we're looking at, if you like, prevailing trends rather than every individual. No surprise that women are underrepresented in those subjects on the left-hand side and, in a sense, overrepresented in those subjects on the right-hand side. And their conclusion is that women are particularly susceptible to notions of individual brilliance in subject domains. And I believe in the chess world, this gives us caution. If we present chess as something which you have natural brilliance, Judith Polgár was a great chess player, is a great chess player because of natural brilliance, we underestimate the work and the effort and the commitments that she's put in to develop the strategies. And chess, I think, is particularly susceptible to beliefs in natural brilliance, and we need to be careful about that. Good chess players become good because they work hard over time. A couple of years ago, with a colleague, Peter Wells, an English grandmaster, we wrote a book specifically about the applications in the chess world, and we unpick some of these in a bit more detail. And I'd invite anyone who wishes to explore that, please have a look at that. Thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot, Barry. I have learned a lot. By the way, I think it will be interesting if you can give the details of your book on mindset, because I'm sure many of our viewers are interested.
Thank you. Yes, it's a book that was published in 2020 by Crown House. It's on Amazon. You can probably get a slightly cheaper price even by going directly to the publisher, but it's very much about how top players have used mindset principles, whether they knew it or not, in developing their own careers, and how we as parents and indeed as players ourselves or coaches can make sure that we give young people the qualities to develop a growth mindset. And that looks at things like effort and challenge and feedback and coping with failures and working with other people in a productive way.
Now, let's talk about very famous cases which are related to what we are talking about. For instance, our host, Judith Polgár, and her two sisters were brought up by their parents at home with chess as a very important subject. The father, Laszlo, is convinced about every child can be a genius. Everything depends, according to him, on education and environment. Do you agree with him?
I used to agree even more than I do now. I'm a little bit more nuanced on that. I wouldn't say every child could be a genius. I think that runs the risk of underplaying the role of genetics as well. I think Judith needed to bring something to the party, but the party that her father created for her was a party I wish I'd been part of, and I think every chess player would have liked to have been. So I think it's necessary but insufficient. But if you gave me a choice between a child with great natural ability in chess and a child whose environment and personal commitment and passion in chess was higher, I'd go for that child every time. Because I believe the child with natural ability, who might be more likely to have a fixed mindset over time because of their initial early successes, is more vulnerable to giving up at an earlier stage. Judith is Judith because I think she harnessed the best of both worlds, her environment plus whatever she brought to the party genetically and otherwise.
Now, Magnus Carlsen. I know he was very intellectually stimulated by his parents since he was just a baby. At the age of 5, he already showed a prodigious memory. But chess did not interest him when his father taught him to play. I think he was about 4 or 5 at that time. And his father did not insist. I think this is important to underline. 2 years later, Magnus asked his father to play chess because he became jealous because his sisters were playing chess with the father. In this case, do you think this is a case of lesson for many parents and coaches?
I think it's a huge lesson. I think that whether he knew it or not, Magnus's parents were creating a kind of growth mindset. And what they did was notice that moment when Magnus was transferring his attention from maps and other things that fascinated him towards the chess world, even if it was jealousy for his sister's passion and fascination for it at that time. But noticing that moment and then following the child's lead is crucially important. But you also need to create the environment in which they can express that initial interest, that initial spur of motivation and fascination too.
We have a couple of minutes for another question. Going back to Laszlo Polgár, Judith's father, he says, according to what he says, where do we draw the red line? I mean, can someone who is not genetically gifted but has the right mindset become a grandmaster, one of the top 100, one of the top 10, a world champion?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I don't think there's a definitive answer to that. But I think what we can say with a great deal of confidence is that you could reach a very high level with the right mindset. But that means you need to channel all the things that will support that mindset over time as well. Whether that will make you world champion or not, that's another question. This is one of the great mysteries of life, because so many different variables come into play over here. Or whether you want to be a world champion because of the sacrifices that that would involve too. So I would say that we need to get away a little bit from the 20th century debate of is it nature or is it nurture? What we now know in the 21st century through a variety of emerging fields in biology and other words, it's a necessary fusion between the two. One doesn't work without the other. There has to be this kind of constant interplay between genetics and the nurturing environment in order to achieve. But then the sky's the limit. If we think there's a limit, that's when our fixed mindset is holding us back.
Thanks a lot, Barry. I'm sure that we all know much more now about mindset than 20 minutes ago. So that's thanks to you.
Thank you,
Thank you. Now, we are going to talk about a hot topic, how to use artificial intelligence in the classroom. And to explain it, we have a great expert, Shamit Said. He has 17 US patents on artificial intelligence and machine learning. And he is the leader of artificial intelligence at a prestigious school in Dubai, GEMS Education. I'm sure we are also going to learn a lot in the next 20 minutes.
Good morning all. I would like to start by introducing myself. So I am Shamit Said. I work at GEMS Education Dubai. So I work as the head of AI. I look after the AI initiatives across the driving around the GEMS Education schools, more than 200 schools all over the world. So I take the initiatives to the schools. So I've been working on AI, machine learning and deep learning for more than 10 years. I've been in the industry for close to 18 years now. So I've been lucky to work at the forefront of AI, and it's a great time to be involved in AI with huge leaps in AI coming into the forefront of the public with tools like GPT and ChatGPT, etc. And also I've been developing and deploying solutions specific for education using AI for quite a lot of time now. So my background is mostly on the research side on machine learning and deep learning. I also have 17 US patents around AI and machine learning. So I look after the initiatives where we use AI in order to personalize education, in order to drive a better learning and teaching outcomes, develop solutions for students and teachers in order to help the students learn better, in order to help the teachers to teach better. So apart from my work, I'm also an avid chess enthusiast. I've been following chess very closely for close to 10 years now, and even developed AI chess engines using models like GPT and ChatGPT. So we will delve a little deeper into those issues today. So also wanted to bring into the dynamic intersection of AI, chess, and classroom in my talk today. So let's start with looking at why AI is required in chess. Why can't we just write an algorithm and can solve the chess or can always find the best move possible? Why it's not possible? So the problem in chess is the number of possible moves. It increases exponentially. Just after 4 moves on the chessboard, the number of possible positions becomes around 228 billion. And for a complete chess game, the total number of possible moves or the total number of possible positions is more than the number of atoms in the universe. So you can see that it's not computationally possible in order to for a computer to go and evaluate all the different positions and find what's the best move and then solve the chess engine completely. So that's why we have to use AI, which is kind of like imitating human intelligence, where instead of looking at all the different positions, what is the best approach, or what is the best with the limited computation that we can do. That's why AI can work really well. So traditionally there have been two different types of chess engines, the type A and type B as they call. So type A is more like a brute force search solution, where it looks at all the possible positions but only up to a given depth. So it is actually using the horsepower of the computer in order to evaluate much faster than a human could do, and then finding the best move possible. There's a type B kind of solution where instead of checking all the different possibilities, it comes up with an intuitive search. It always looks for it always identifies what are the best possible variations at any possible time, and then only goes down on those paths. So we look at a couple of solutions which fall into these categories. So the first major breakthrough in AI in chess came in around 1997, which was with Deep Blue. So it was the first AI program to beat a world champion in chess. So it was built by IBM, and also to see how it works, right? So it was a custom-built supercomputer. So it falls into the category of Type A, where it uses brute force in order to identify the best possible move, but by going down different variations possible at any point in time, but only up to a given depth. So, but with just the horsepower that the computer had, it was able to do a much better job than a world champion and was able to beat Kasparov. So that was a game-changing moment in AI. That was the first time AI could actually beat a world champion, and it actually gave a path for most of the chess engines to follow. But there were certain limitations for the Type A or the Deep Blue kind of chess engines. So it could not learn anything new or could not form or adapt to new strategies as the game progressed. And it was a custom-built solution for chess, and it could not be, it's not something which is transferable to other domains. And also, it had a lot of rules which were provided by the human experts, and it could never grow beyond the intelligence of the creators of the chess engine. So let's look at how in the future it changed. So when we come to the next the major breakthrough for AI in chess, that came around 2017, and that happened with AlphaZero. So AlphaZero was an algorithm which was developed by DeepMind, which was acquired by Google. So it was completely a drastic change in how chess engines worked. So AlphaZero was programmed only with the basic rules of the chess, and it was not given any other information. And it learned to the openings, learned the strategies by playing against itself. So you can see the graphic on this slide, where you can see that by learning against its or playing against itself, it has actually gone much beyond the other chess engines, or how with just close to some 4,000 steps or 4,000 games, it was able to beat the best chess engine available at that point of time, which was Stockfish. So this is unlike any other chess algorithms which existed till then, and it actually it had a lot of peculiar features, like it had very the human-like playing nature, and it used to go for sacrificing materials for long-term advantage, etc. And certain other important aspects of this solution was that this was more like a generic approach where the same algorithm or the same approach or the same framework could be applied for other games as well. The same approach worked for other board games as well, and it has excelled in almost all the board games that it has been asked to play. So it demonstrates how AI can be used, transform in various domains, and how it can go beyond the human understanding or the intelligence of the ones who have created those solutions. So this is actually a very interesting point, because we are also right now at a similar phase when we look at chess. Instead of chess engines, it's more traditional AI solutions like ChatGPT. So what we are seeing today is like there was a huge hype when the tools like ChatGPT were introduced to the general public, and there was a big hype around like it's going to take away all the jobs, and there's going to be a computer uprising, etc. But what we are seeing now is that people have become more realistic about what the tools like ChatGPT can do. And it's kind of what's limiting today, what's being limited by is the knowledge that it is trained with, and because it is trained with only the human data that it is getting from the internet, it is limited by that. So what we can how we can draw some parallels between AlphaZero and the ChatGPT. It's like ChatGPT today, I would say it's more like how Deep Blue was. It is trained on specific kind of data. It is limited by that, and what could change further is kind of like a paradigm shift can come if you look at the approach like AlphaZero. If let's say OpenAI or some other company is able to crack that or have a generic approach, then it can go beyond a human understanding, and ChatGPT kind of tools will be able to do things which a human could not envision, which is not possible today. So now that we have taken a look at the AI, let's see how the AI is being used in the modern education. So like I said before, I've been leading the AI initiatives at GEMS Education. So we develop a lot of AI solutions which are looking at enhancing the learning outcomes of students. We are able to develop personalized learning paths for the student, because we have a comprehensive data around the student profile. We have a 360-degree view of the student. With that, we are able to build a consolidated profile for the student, and also personalize any assessments or any learning content that each student might. It's tailored to each student's capabilities. Also enabling adaptive assessments, and the teachers are able to use AI solutions in order to teach better. AI is making their jobs easier by creating assessments automatically from any content. We are also developing solutions which can enhance interactive learning, because AI has the capability to connect with students all around the world and bring them all to a single platform where they can interact and learn together. Sorry. Okay. So now to look at the synergy between chess and AI. So what the chess does better, it's actually building the strategy thinking in students. And where AI excels better is the problem-solving abilities of the algorithms. So if you have to bring them together, or if you are able to build a solution which can which harmonizes both chess and AI, what it actually can do is that it can actually enhance the strategic thinking of the students, and also enable the problem-solving skills of the students by using AI-generated problems, which can be solved using chess. And also, as you already know, that there are a lot of enhancements or a lot of advantages of introducing chess for students, where their cognitive and emotional intelligence can grow really well. And if you embed AI into that, where we can personalize for each student how the chess puzzles of the chess lessons, how it needs to be delivered for each student to make it more engaging and as well as more effective for each student, then it can really do wonders for students. Improved decision makings and interactive integrated learning platforms where we can actually merge the chess into the learning curriculum itself and look at it as a way of building problem-solving skills in students rather than as a game. So that's where the AI can really help, where it can actually bring the problem-solving skills, build or deliver very personalized problems or quizzes for students in order to help them learn better. So for the future prospects, what we should be looking at is an education model where we can infuse the synergies between chess and AI seamlessly. So there are different ways in which we are planning to adapt to that. So we are looking at the effective learning outcomes. So what we can do with chess is, or AI is, we can actually pinpoint with very high accuracy the effectiveness or the level of each student, where they are doing, how they are doing in academics, or let it be even in chess. So given that level of sophistication, if we can merge the chess and AI together, it can also enable in actually quantifying how well the cognitive skills of students and how well their resilience is growing with inclusion. And also the inclusive adaptabilities of chess or of AI. So with AI, we can actually ensure that the content or the lessons that are given to each student is tailored to their capabilities, make it accessible to each student, which is not possible in a group environment where a teacher has to look after tens of students, whereas an AI is actually dedicated to each student and tailored for their capabilities. So further, what we need to look at is the implementation strategies for how to include AI and chess in education. So what we are looking at right now is actually incorporating AI with the personalized learning, and also ensuring that the curriculum is actually inclusive of all the things that we talked about. It also requires a technological infrastructure where the teachers are trained and also the right amount of AI hardware and the software is actually deployed in each schools. And also what we need to do is a continuous evaluation and adaptation of the changes that we bring about in curriculum, or it could be the assessments or the learning content that a student should be using. So as a closing thoughts, we talked about the synergies between chess and AI and how it can be really used to transform the paradigm within classrooms. What we need to do further is to take this dialogue forward in order to ensure that it just doesn't stay as research papers or as a small projects, but it can be rolled out as a nationwide initiative. To close, I would like to thank the Judith Polgár Foundation and the Global Chess Festival organizers for this opportunity. And it was great coming here and meeting with such dignitaries and having such enlightening discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shamit Said. I think this has been extremely instructive. Now, as you have mentioned several times, the ChatGPT, given the rapid advancements and capabilities of AI models like ChatGPT, how do you foresee the educational landscape evolving?
Sure. So that's a very good question. And if you look at the education landscape, it has not really transformed drastically over the last 100 years, I would say. And what the tools like ChatGPT has done is kind of really upend this the paradigm. So what we are seeing today is like, the schools are really confused, how to introduce this, how the students should adopt these kind of solutions, how teachers, whether they should be allowed to use these solutions, etc. So it is kind of like at a turning point as of now. But how I see it changing in the future is like, we are definitely going to embrace these technologies, and it is really going to change how the lessons are delivered, how students are doing assessments, how the learning itself is being done. So, for example, like there are certain schools who are who are apprehensive about whether the students should be using these tools. So how can they trust the homework the students are doing, whether it's being done by the students or ChatGPT. So it's very similar to let's say how the calculators were invented, and how that changed how math is being taught in schools. So it is kind of similar turning point as of now. So what the introduction of calculators, how it changed, it actually made the teaching of mathematics itself different. So it actually made the math more difficult for the students, so the students are able to do what the calculators couldn't. So that's similar to that. I would say that what the students are expected to do will change what ChatGPT can do, whether it's writing an article or something which is which it can do really well. The students should be do much more than that. Students should be able to, or students should be asked to do things like critique an output which is developed by ChatGPT and go beyond that. And also the teachers will be leveraging these kind of tools, and it can really help in making their education more personalized. So overall, I feel it's a very good positive change in the right direction.
I see. And as we are focusing on AI and education, could you share an instance where implementing an AI project in the educational environment posed unexpected challenges and how it was navigated?
Okay. So we had an interesting experience where when we developed a solution where we could actually detect students who need attention and in a proactive way and help the teachers engage with them in an earlier phase. So as a technology solution, it was we felt it was very well thought out, and with the numbers that we got out of that was really promising. But when we deployed this in the classrooms, teachers were very apprehensive. They were not able to understand how a solution is coming up with or identifying certain students as requiring more attention and whereas others not, and they were not able to accept that, and they were not able to come in terms with such a solution can pick patterns in students. But how we approached that issue was that we actually made the model or the AI solution much more explainable. We actually could explain to teachers certain parameters on how the model was predicting certain students, and that helped in certain teachers to understand, okay, this is how it is working and this is how it can help me to enable students learn better. So that was a challenging aspect of the solution, but we were able to overcome that.
Let me tell you something which I consider relevant. The Spanish Institute of Cybersecurity is looking for young talent among chess players. Why do you think they are doing that?
Yeah, so that's a very interesting question, because what I feel, there are a lot of parallels between cybersecurity and chess. So cybersecurity is a completely evolving space where it's always kind of like a cat and mouse game with the hackers who always try to outsmart the cybersecurity professionals by inventing new strategies in order to deliver attacks. So there are the aspects of how do we work under pressure, how do you come up with innovative strategies, and always try to stay one step ahead of the wrong players, right? So that's exactly how the field of cybersecurity is, and I can really see the synergies between both the fields. So if a cybersecurity expert happens to be a chess player also, right, I can really see how he can actually transfer the skills he has learned in a game in order to work really well in his field.
And finally, a tricky question for a short answer, right? Suppose ChatGPT is here with us, and we ask, I don't know if I have to say him or her, anyway, what will be more instructive to introduce in the curriculum, chess or football? What do you think the answer will be?
So, knowing the ChatGPT and the way it is programmed to be neutral in all circumstances. I know the answer would be like, pretty much like it would try to highlight the positives of both, and also try to highlight that require based on the environment and based on the scenario that you want to deploy, and you have to choose the solution wisely. So it will it should definitely point out things like the enhancement of cognitive abilities, perseverance due to chess, but also the importance of teamwork, and also the physical development that happens within football. So definitely will point out the best in both cases, and will ask you to choose what works best for your scenario.
Shamit Said, a great expert on artificial intelligence and education. Thanks a lot. We have learned really a lot with you. Thank you. And if you want to know more about chess connections with artificial intelligence, coding, mathematics, etc., in a minute I'm going to interview another great expert, Agustin Weiss, who works as an engineering manager at Google Bard, a chatbot similar to ChatGPT. Agustin is also heavily involved in next-generation education around coding and mathematics. Thank you very much, Agustin, for coming. I'm sure you have thought long and hard about the similarities between the chess-playing youth, maths, and coding competitions, right?
Yes, yeah, thank you for inviting me. So yeah, it started all with me teaching children for 10 years coding and mathematics. And talking to students, I realized that many of them play chess. And that made me wonder why and how the similarities are. And after having interviewed them quite a lot, it turns out that there are so many similarities that it's actually worth thinking about how to teach them together, or like how we can advance this thing. So basically, if you think about it, in chess, you have to have strategic thinking and proper prioritization. In a programming competition, you have to have the same thing. It's not only when you are already there and you are facing the opponent or facing the challenges, but at the preparation stage, I think it's even more important what you have to go through. And this starts with being resilient, being there, having a great motivation, even though you will not only face success, but there are many failures that you have to go through. You have to stand up, and you have to have a proper and long-lasting and not like short-term optimized strategy of how to prepare.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think my next question is a very important subject, not only for the chess world, but for everybody. I mean, 3 years ago, more or less, AlphaFold, a program created by the Google company DeepMind, achieved one of the greatest breakthroughs in the history of biology, which was the deciphering of proteins, thanks to what it learned from chess and Go. In what other fields of science could the combination of chess and artificial intelligence be useful for humanity, and why?
First of all, I think there are many fields here, but I would like to point out one of them, and that's education. And because of the aforementioned reasons, I think chess has a great role, and I think it should be even increased in the role of education. But now that machine learning, the focus has been increased, and new strategies came up, and much larger models, I think we have an opportunity ahead of us to invest heavily in machine learning and education as well, involving chess, of course. So I'm thinking about just some problems. If you look at it, that many children have the problem of coming out of classes, either in elementary school or in high school, not understanding things properly, and they have. Like sometimes they can go to their parents, right, and they answer the questions, but sometimes the parents cannot answer all the questions. What could be a way of having an artificial intelligence, an agent that helps answering questions to kids, and that can already be achieved today, right? And this could leapfrog education of children. And combining this with chess, with the prioritization, strategic thinking of chess, I believe that in the next 10 years, we're going to see such a great improvement in education as we've seen in the past 1 year with regards to artificial intelligence with Google Bard and ChatGPT.
Mm-hmm. You are giving us very good news indeed, because we are very convinced about how powerful chess can be as an educational tool. But now I have to ask you about some much more uncomfortable subject, okay? Cheating in online games is the biggest problem in chess right now, I'm afraid. I know you are not a chess expert, but can you give us some clues on how artificial intelligence can help to fix this problem?
Yeah, sure. Cheating is not only in chess is a big problem, but in general, with the advancement of large language models, plagiarism is in general a huge problem. And starting from chess, one can analyze a lot of human games and understand kind of structures and features of what a human does. If you go a little bit deeper here, so if you look at an engine, it kind of has the best solution, but many times this solution is not something that a human can easily find. Sometimes it is because it's very obvious, and you have to tell it apart in some way. And with the advancement of AI, this will become more and more possible, and models will become more and more kind of knowing of this situation. And then how this is exactly used in chess to avoid cheating is another question. Like how sure you have to be such that you can tell about someone that they are cheating. That's a good question. But I think what we should be pretty happy about is that this is going to become a problem not only in chess, but in a much larger community with regards to plagiarism. And it's going to have a larger focus. Like this problem needs to be solved. This is a difficult problem. There have been some tries to solve it, but then I think we kind of arrived in a way that like we shouldn't underestimate the difficulty of this problem. And that is the awesome news here, because there's going to be more and more investments here. And as like plagiarism will be hopefully like solved in some way, that will help a lot also in like solving cheating in chess. I believe that the two can learn from each other.
The last question is coming from Héctor Laiz, who is a Spanish strong chess player and a cybersecurity expert as well. The question says, chess epitomizes strategic thinking and problem solving. How do you perceive these chess acquired skills as being transferable to the evolving realms of AI and technology?
Thank you for the question. So first of all, what doesn't really help helps much less in AI and tech industry is individual excellence in some way, right? It helps a bit, but people overestimate the importance of this. And what stays a little bit in the background is how prioritization and problem-solving skills and long-term strategic thinking is a much more powerful game that you have to play if you want to achieve good results. So first of all, what I've seen is that in the beginning of a career, many people start focusing on their individual expertise and having impact through that. But it turns out that the long-term good kind of solution is rather when you focus on the long run and you make the right prioritization moves. And this helps especially since in this industry, I think it's well known that stress is a factor and is a big factor in the game. So what I've seen and what I realized is with proper prioritization, stress can be heavily reduced.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks a lot, Agustin. Now I am even more inspired than before to try to learn more about artificial intelligence and especially the connection with education, which is extremely interesting, I think. And now, let's change the angle a bit. How can a chess trainer make his or her student a better person? We also have an ideal expert to talk about this. Daniel Weisbarth is the COO of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Academy, which involves more than 300 schools and 15,000 students every year. As Daniel has not been able to come to Budapest from America, we recorded the interview a few days ago. Hello, Daniel. Thank you very much for participating in the EduChess Summit 2023.
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be here. I appreciate your bookshelves behind you.
You have a very long experience as a prestigious teacher and trainer of thousands of players. How can a chess coach contribute to making the player he coaches a better person?
So I think there's a lot of skills that you learn in chess that really transfer well in life. Basically, everybody who learns chess with me and with us, they do something else in their life when they grow up. And some of the skills from chess are just really valuable, and different things matter for different students. So one student who I've thought about a lot over the years, when he was like 6, 7, 8 years old in our programs, he was just a really impulsive little boy. Like, he would get excited, he would want to grab something, he would grab something, he would just, if he needed to do something, he needed to do it then. And one thing that was really valuable about chess for him is that the games that we played were touch move. So if he reached out and grabbed a piece, he had to move the piece. And he also liked winning games. And one thing that would happen to him every couple weeks is he would reach out and grab a piece in a game, and he would have to move it, and he would realize after he reached out that it was the wrong piece to touch, and then he would just kind of lose the game. That's how chess works. And he'd get upset about it. But that was really valuable for him because it wasn't just in chess that he was impulsive, it was all over his life. And so chess gave him a way to really channel that and to kind of work against it and to learn to sit on his hands, be more patient, think before he acted. And that's just really important for every aspect of everything he does.
Mhm. Now, there is a long controversy among educational experts about the concept of transfer. I mean, whether what one learns by practicing a passion, for instance, chess, is really useful in other fields of normal life. According to your last answer, it looks like you see players applying the qualities they develop in chess in other fields. Can you give some concrete examples of that?
I mean, it's obviously really hard to give concrete examples. Like, so the specific kid who I was thinking of in that answer, in fact, like I know him now 12 years later, maybe 13 years later, because he started teaching for us when he was in university, working with other young students. And I know that now as a 20-year-old or 21-year-old, he no longer is impulsive like that. But also lots of kids who didn't play chess become less impulsive between the ages of like 8 and 20 because that's part of growing up. But I do think there really is something there. And I feel like for me personally as well, like I specifically learned things from chess that I took elsewhere in my life. So one of them was just being more patient and working through things and thinking through them. And another one is when you lose a game of chess, it feels really important, especially if you're little. And so a lot of kids cry when they lose games. And one thing that's really nice about chess is it gives you a perfect way to go back and look and see what you did wrong and figure out what you should have done differently and to learn from those mistakes. And that's just an incredibly valuable skill in life. Like things don't always, sometimes things happen that you don't want where you tried your hardest. And maybe it's you failed a test in school, maybe it's you didn't get a job you wanted. And I think that the practice you get as a kid playing chess, going back and looking at your games and kind of taking them apart and figuring them out what to do differently in kind of a dispassionate way is really valuable later in life with other things. And it's hard to say specifically because of this game that I played when I was 9 or because of this game that she played when she was 9. When she was 22, she was able to blah, blah, blah. But I do think there's a real effect there. And I almost don't know how you could do a real study on it because it's so diffuse.
And it looks like very logical that in some fields like concentration, memory, attention, there is a transfer from chess to other fields, right?
Yeah, I've looked a little bit at that literature and I haven't I would say I'm not an expert in that, but it seems like there's something there or there's some effects, but it's again very hard to study.
Mm-hmm. Now, more than 90% of the chess instructors and trainers I know have not received any training in pedagogy, even though they work with children. Although it is true that some of them are learning from their own experience. Don't you think that such training in pedagogy should be almost compulsory?
I actually don't think I do. And when I think about my best teachers, not necessarily my best chess coaches, but even my best teachers in school, they weren't actually necessarily people who had like a master's degree in education. Like my very favorite teacher was somebody who I think basically just started a school at some point because he wanted to teach, and he did it for a couple years and he learned from what he'd been doing, and then he did it for a couple more years and he got better. And the other teachers at that school worked in the same way. And like one thing that really came through from his teaching was just his excitement and passion for what he was teaching and for working with kids. And he had all the skills you would want of a teacher. Like he had fantastic classroom management, things were pretty well organized. And a lot of what I got out of it was like he was really excited about math, so I became really excited about math. He was really excited about the history we were learning, so I became really excited about the history I was learning. And I think that's also really true for chess. And that I don't think it's like bad if somebody has formal education training, but I don't necessarily know that it's important. I do think that the experience of working with kids and you have a classroom and you need the kids to behave is really important. And when we train our coaches, that's like by far the biggest focus, is like you're working with a group of kids. How do you get them to behave? How do you get them to follow along? And that part we can help with some, and some of that you just learn. And if you're a enthusiastic person and you're trying really hard, you can pick up a lot of those skills pretty fast. But one thing that you can't, that can't really be learned in quite that same way is just being excited about chess. And if the coach is really excited, that plays really well with the kids. And a passionate coach makes passionate students. And one of the things that I do well, and that I think all our best coaches do well, is just like if the kids have an exciting idea, I'm really excited about it. I'm like, oh man, Queen B3 is a great idea here. I see what your idea is. You're thinking about taking on F7, you're thinking about taking on B7. It's a great idea. Unfortunately, it actually doesn't quite work here because of knight A5. And then they can go like, oh, okay, let's think about this more. And that enthusiasm is probably the most important thing, even more maybe than like chess skill, is just being able to be enthusiastic and to show that enthusiasm to your students.
But somehow what are you explaining shows that those coaches have some knowledge, or maybe some intuitive knowledge, at least on emotional intelligence or pedagogy somehow, right?
Yeah, I think some of our coaches do have some like formal teaching training, or they have teaching experience, but some of our people who are really good are just, they started with us and maybe they helped out in a classroom for a little bit and then before they started teaching on their own, and they kind of learned as they went. And so I think experience is really important, but I'm not sure the formal education aspect is as important.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel, for sharing with so many people how much you have learned throughout your career. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Leoncio. It was a total pleasure chatting with you.
Thanks a lot, Daniel, for a very interesting and a bit controversial interview. And now let us listen to someone who has been able to come all the way from America to Budapest, Jerry Nash. I know him very well because he is one of the world's leading experts on educational chess. Right now, he is the chairman of the FIDE Education Commission.
Thank you, Leoncho, and thank you to Judith Polgár and her organization for the opportunity to participate in this summit. I'm talking today about the power of story in decision making. Now, we already know that stories can help in teaching, whether it's chess or any other subject. And we naturally relate to good stories. And during this summit, you've already heard, and you'll continue to hear, stories of how chess has impacted the lives of people in a lot of various fields of endeavor. So, what's your story? Why do you do what you do? I often tell the story of Albert, who was a kindergartner in my wife's class. And on a good day, Albert had like a minute and a half worth of focus. And one day he was staying after school, which he had to do on a regular basis because he didn't get his work done during the day. And so on this particular day, I'm teaching chess in her classroom because I'm the chess club sponsor for the school at that time. And so Albert keeps looking at the chess kids. And my wife says, Albert, do you want to play chess? And yes. And he'd never played before. And he said, well, you have to get your work done. Oh, he gets his work done. So now, best work he's done so far this year. So now he goes over. Now he's playing chess. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, absolutely focused. My wife goes down the hallway and gets other teachers from first floor to come and look in the door. And they're in shock. This is Albert. They're in disbelief. How can this person? Because they know it's one of those kind of communities where everybody knows everybody, and they knew Albert's dad, they knew Albert's granddad, and Albert was sort of, in some ways, already written off. We know what Albert's going to do and be, but now he's playing chess. So Albert walks down the hall. Albert, I hear you play chess. You must be smart. Well, trust me, he hadn't been accused of that. What happened was, Albert playing chess changed what they believed was possible for him, and it also changed his own perspective about himself. Now, why do I tell that story? Because my audiences can relate at very many levels, whether they have children like that, whether they see children in the education system like that, or whether those children grow up to be their employees and they wish they had better critical thinking skills. So I tell that story on a regular basis because audiences can relate at so many levels to that. Now, the Chess and Education Commission for FIDE has as one of its goals to help national federations implement scalable and sustainable chess and education initiatives. So this year I've had the opportunity to be in a variety of countries helping to support their efforts. I want to talk about 3 particular countries, and I want to talk about them as examples of federations implementing chess and education initiatives and how the education and the business, the larger community, has responded to that effort. So I was in India several months ago, was in 6 different cities, in 6 states, in about 8 days, a whirlwind journey, but in every location I was introducing the idea of chess and education. Now, obviously, if you know anything about chess, you know that chess is extremely popular in India. So, not a problem there. But they were not familiar with chess and education, so we made presentations. In one city I said, so how many teachers do you need to have trained? They said, oh, at least 10,000. So the response was overwhelmingly positive. In Zimbabwe, we were training teachers in Harare, but even in the bush, when we went to places like that, we were involved in meeting potential sponsors. So, whether it's in India or in Zimbabwe, later then we were in Nigeria, in Lagos, training teachers, and we met with Sterling Bank leadership, and they became sponsors of chess and education. Now, when making the case for chess and education, we often start with the facts. Chess is an educational tool. Chess can be the vehicle to teach academic and 21st century skills. And yes, we should include that because the evidence is there. We hear from teachers all the time about the difference that chess makes in their classroom, and these are powerful stories. But if we want to address stakeholders, if we want to address educators, government leaders, business community, we have to do more than just talk about the facts. We need to tell the stories because they need to become part of the story, and not just become part of the story, but become heroes of the story. So how do they become heroes of this story? Well, what was our message? In all of these countries, we talked about when you reach a child, you change the family. You change enough families, you change a community. You change enough communities, and you've changed a country. So why did these federations make the decision to implement chess in education? Because they realized that chess in education could change their story. Because when a federation is seen to be a partner in education, then they have access to human and financial resources that they wouldn't normally have. They also saw chess in education as a source of significant growth for membership in their federation, and they also saw that changing the lives of children helped them to fulfill their mission, which was to make a difference in society. So why did the stakeholders in these countries come on board? Because they saw themselves as the heroes in the story, that we can come along and we can also make that difference in the lives of these children and impact the future of our country. Stories are powerful. They help create a vision. They shape the vision of what could be. They help provide a connection to what's happening, and they provide inspiration, because at the end of the day, people make decisions not just based on their intellect, not just on their minds, but on their hearts. They need to have a personal connection. They need to see that they can become a part of the story. So we always follow the story with a call to action, because you are asking them to join you in the activity of changing lives. You have a story to tell. As you tell your story, remember your audience, that you're asking them to join you in changing lives, because together we can change these lives. Together we make a difference. We're all part of a larger story that matters. You have your stories as well. Tell your story. Make your story count. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I hope that you'll continue to tell your stories.
Thank you very much, Jerry. I'm always learning a lot from you. In this case, not only about educational chess, but also about traveling, which is my second passion, and I think it's also the best school of life, right?
It is, it is.
Let's start by a question which is very critical in order to, I don't know if I have to say destroy or some misunderstandings, big misunderstandings spread all over the world. How does chess in education differ from competitive chess in gaining support from stakeholders?
Okay, so often I will hear federation leaders tell me we've asked for sponsors to support our tournaments, and we're just not getting much. And I can understand why. Because from their perspective, you have a limited group that often they don't understand what's actually happening. They don't understand the results coming out of it, but they see a limited footprint. From a chess and education perspective, if you're supporting teachers and you're supporting children, now maybe hundreds or thousands of teachers who are impacting now tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of children. That's a much larger footprint. Plus, there's also the idea, what skills are they gaining from this activity? How is that relevant to me as a sponsor? Well, when we talk about, here are the skills that you want to hire.
The list is very long.
Exactly. And that usually takes a little bit, because then they're thinking, wait, yes, these are all the skills I want to hire. Well, exactly. You're preparing your future workforce while doing all these wonderful things. So then the Federation realizes, oh, we are now seen as a partner in education, and now that sponsor realizes that, yes, when I'm sponsoring this tournament and sponsoring this other, I'm making that kind of footprint.
And what are some key factors in building a sustainable chess in education initiative?
In the past, we've often seen the goal is, okay, we've trained some teachers. Great. But that's really just the start. In fact, it should be sort of the midpoint, because key factors for a scalable, sustainable solution is you have to create an infrastructure. After you've trained the teachers, what resources do they have? How are you going to stay in touch? What happens when they have issues or struggles or need something else? Who do they talk to? You need to have a system of communication, so you're providing this infrastructure so that the teachers realize we're not in this on our own.
You mentioned communication. I'm extremely sensitive to that because I am a professional of communication.
Yes.
Therefore, how should federations, I mean, FIDE, continental, national federations, everybody communicate stories, you mentioned stories, effectively to build support?
So for one thing, we have to think about our audience, because often we want to tell the story in a way that frames us as the heroes. Well, we may be heroes and we may be doing a great job, but from the stakeholder standpoint, I haven't really moved them to participate. I have to tell the story from a perspective that draws them in, so that they realize I can be the hero in this story. And if I'm the hero, what will I be able to make a difference doing? And so one is how you tell the story. Who's your audience? Because you can tell the same story from different perspectives. So what is it that they need? In most cases, there are multiple audiences, so you have to tell the same story a variety of ways. So that takes a nuanced approach to how you tell that story, and then in what medium. Because depending on the age group, they're not on TikTok, they're not on Facebook. You know, they may be in some other medium, and you have to understand what is that medium and how do we reach them. Because I don't know many educators that change public policy because of a video that they saw on TikTok. They don't do that. So in what other mediums do you need to reach them where they're not coming to your neck of the woods, as we would say? You're going to where they live and helping them to understand how this story is a part of what they really want to achieve.
Jerry Nash, chairman of FIDE's Education Commission, thanks a lot, and please keep fighting, because we need more people like you in the chess world.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. And we also need high-level officials who are convinced that the best way to promote chess as a sport is to introduce it massively in the curriculum, or at least as an educational tool. I believe that our next guest, Surab Asmaiparashvili, president of the European Chess Union, is convinced on this. But we are going to check it out right away, because I'm going to interview him in just 1 minute.
Great.
President Asmai-Parashvili, thanks a lot for coming here. I know since many years ago that you are especially sensitive about how important chess can be as an educational tool. So let's talk about that. My first question is, do you think that today's world needs chess, a game that teaches you how to think, more than ever before, in order to balance the misuse of social networks, for instance, and the rush we live in most developed countries today?
Yeah, definitely, you're right. Yeah, the world needs chess, especially today when how you already admit that there are misuse of the many leaders, and they don't know really how to do and what to do. And because chess, as you know, that really helps to develop the different skills, including that what is very important, analyzing and decision maker. So 2 points with a limited time. This is very important to understand today, and I believe that we have a really very good chance today. Just it's a quite big news about games generally, because the Olympic Committee just announced in Mumbai, Thomas Bach, that they will concentrate very much about e-games, because 3 billion people in the world are involved in the e-games. Okay, but chess is becoming part of the e-games. This is part, but
you say 3 billion.
3 billion people are involved in the world for the e-game.
I see.
So it's becoming more and more, because we are involved and we are living in this planet, that our kids are living here, and we need those kind of things that our kids will be better. I mean, not only involved in the e-games, which is not completely what. To develop the different kind of skills, but chess is really helping. I mean, this is no doubt for me and no doubt for many people, and I believe that more and more people will be involved here. Yeah.
In your travels, you are traveling a lot as president. Do you notice that both pandemic itself and the Queen's Gambit series in Netflix have made chess more popular, especially among girls and women?
Yes, well, it's obviously that figures are speaking here, and even I should not analyze anything. Just take what eBay says about the serial Queen's Gambit, that how was increased in first 10 days after the serial came out. The sale of the chess sets, it's increased 273%. It's amazing number. And how much, for example, famous chess websites won from this? Of course, the biggest winner probably is the Chess.com, who have today 150 million subscribers, which is absolutely genial number. But the most important, you already emphasized what happened after this, that female chess and many women are coming chess and to study chess because it's a role model through via this serial, and this is good for us generally, for FIDE, for European Chess Union. So we have a program through our Women's Commission, how to develop women chess, how to involve more and more women, and that's what today we are doing. And I would like to really thank FIDE for special programs which they have, because it's affected all continents, including, of course, European Chess Union. Yeah.
Now, a question that I consider really essential. The best way, I hope would you agree on that, the best way to spread chess is to introduce it massively in schools as an educational tool.
Yeah.
So far, so good, right?
Yeah.
Now, but we are faced with the problem that many leaders of national federations around the world, not only in Europe, do not know how to distinguish between a sport and educational chess. Will it not be desirable to develop a communication plan by FIDE and all continental federations to solve this problem urgently?
Well, I can say from our experience in European Chess Union that our educational commission, with big efforts of the commission and especially the chairman Jesper Ho, more than 8 years we develop the programs for a chess in school, and right now in Europe around 70% of the countries there in one way or other way involved in the chess in school programs, and especially there are big countries like UK, France, Poland and Turkey, while also we have very small nations like Luxembourg, like Andorra, like Cyprus. So in the next month, I will have my trip to new state Kosovo, where I will meet the Minister of Education, and we will sign the memorandum to implement chess in school. So we are continue this work, and more and more countries are involved here, and I'm happy with this, that Europe still is a leader in the world in this field, and I believe that all continents, and especially Africa, in my opinion, especially because they are developing a lot, they follow the way, and well, chess will help to educate people more. Yeah.
Well, actually, you are from a country, Georgia, where chess is extremely popular. I have been there. I am a witness of that. But
in the early 90s, yes.
That's right, yeah. But as chairman and president of the European Chess Union, you are frequently visiting countries where, also, as you have just explained, chess is raising its popularity. It still is not a very popular sport, and you have to convince the authorities.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
Well, I don't think that today it's really this job is too difficult to convince, because if educators and parents, they are thinking already that chess is very good tool to help their kids and students to develop different skills. Okay, the most famous, it's like this, that all of them, they think that chess is helping mathematics, but not only. We know this very well, that many tools, chess is a tool to develop not logic, to develop analysis, to develop the time concentration, which is very important, I believe, the decision maker, critical thinking, and all this, it's helping, and they understood this. But again, coming to the point, well, I can say that still the authorities are slow, very slow. For example, if you talk about the Georgia, where the minister, he loves chess, and he, by his decision, and by big effort of the federation, because it's a combined.
We are going to talk about that in a minute.
Okay, okay, we are going, but again, you say already that federation presidents, they are not so much, I mean, active on this direction. Of course, they have to be more active, but also if it's private organizations, is nothing wrong. I mean, federation we can consider like a government, and while there's a private sector can have initiatives also as well. And in the Western countries, especially private initiatives, much more.
Now, I need a couple of minutes to update a very important subject with your help, because talking again about your country, Georgia, by the way, the Minister of Education was with us last year, explaining what I'm going to say now. There is a very important educational chess program going on since last year, similar to the one in Armenia, already for many years there. In Georgia, they started with only first grade, which means 6 years old children. And this school year, I mean, starting last month, the second grade students are also in, which means about 2,300 schools and 6,700 teachers, school teachers involved, according to Sofio Gvatse, one of the persons in charge of the program. By the way, thanks, Sofia, for this information. And at the end of her report, she says, Most students and their parents enjoy and are satisfied with having chess as a subject in school, but mostly they like it for improving general skills, concentration, focus, logic planning, and many other skills which actually chess can improve on kids. Surab, this connects very well with what we were saying just a few minutes ago. The best way to promote chess is to implement it as an educational tool.
Yeah, yeah. So Georgia, it's again, like Armenia also, it was exceptional cases where the will of the minister, sometimes you need the luck, because unfortunately the high authorities, they can block very good ideas, or they can just implement the idea which is absolutely not necessary for the development of the country. So in that moment we have really very good combination of the minister who understand very well. He was brilliant scientist, by the way, our minister, and he understands what is chess, how chess can really help and improve, and especially, you know, when in the countries like this where they are willing to reach the high European standards and levels, the high authorities have to understand that chess will really help to achieve the goal. And you know, so I agree with Sofia that Federation did a lot of work before. The minister understands this, that the nation actually is ready for this. That's important, and we did it. Now coming to the point like this, that what I believe that more and more people will be involved, and I mentioned already about Kosovo. So before I did it in Montenegro, before I did it in Albania. So now you will see that I believe that in one day, and it will be not so far future, we will reach 90% of the countries in Europe. We will reach this
90%?
number. 90%, we will reach, yes. I strongly believe this. And, well, we have to wish us good luck. I wish you also, but you did a great effort on this direction, and we appreciate it very much, really.
Thank you.
Yeah.
President Asmai-Perashvili, let's hope that...
maybe simple Zurab, yeah? It's better, you know, it's touching little with me.
as you prefer, but you deserve a lot of respect because you represent a lot of countries as well.
But we are friends.
Yes, but let us hope that many mothers and fathers from all over the world will soon understand how important chess can be for their children.
No, they understand.
As it's happening already in Georgia, right?
No, they understand this. Even if my grandkid, who is somehow, you know, it's quite not easy boy, absolutely not easy boy, he's interested to play chess and study chess. It means he understands himself. Parents are not convincing, including grandpa is not convincing for chess, but when he decides like this, I want to learn chess.
Okay.
So he understands that through why chess, he don't want to become a professional. This is very important, very important. He said, I want to just play chess. So then why not? Yeah.
Thanks a lot for your time, Surab, and President Asmai-Perashvili as well. Our next guest will talk about two important and very special issues. The first is that unfortunately in the world, there is only one woman playing chess for every 10 men. The second is that chess works very well with special people. For instance, people with autism. Our guest is a great expert on both subjects, and she is involved in many interesting projects. Anastasia Sorokina from Belarus. Anastasia Sorokina, thank you very much for coming. It's always a pleasure talking to you. By the way, let's clarify something. You are originally from Belarus, but now you are representing Australia. Is that
yes,
okay?
Correct, correct, yes. I used to live in Australia many years. Now I live in Poland, but yes, originally I'm from Belarus, correct.
Very good. Now, I think we should start by a $1 million question. Why do so few women play chess?
This is a very good question, very difficult question that
I
we
know.
are asking each other day by day. And I think the correct answer, we cannot give a correct answer now, but we can try to fix this problem, by with idea starting chess in early age for girls and boys, like a preschool chess. And the most important part of this, I believe, it's role models. Like if we have a people like Judith Polgár, like Dana Reznica-Ozolo, like even movie, Queen's Gambit, that satisfied girls and gives them opportunity to play chess, to understand that chess, it's not only sport, like professional sport, but there is also a lot of other professions inside, yes? It's you can be chess arbiter, chess journalist, chess blogger, and of course you can play chess in community and in professional level. This is, I believe, the way how we have to reach more and more girls every year to play in chess by starting in early age.
By the way, I appreciate very much that you said that, because I am absolutely convinced since many years ago already that the first thing we must do is introducing chess as an educational tool in preschool. Because, well, I know that more than 90% of school teachers who are specialized in that age, mainly women, are very satisfied with chess as an educational tool. And as you know better than me, one of the problems is that chess has a label of masculinity. Even today, I'm afraid, in the 21st century, right?
Yes, correct. And also it's a lot of opportunity for girls, especially in teenagers' time, because when kids start to play chess, like in early age, they enjoy it. But then, when you stand to the professional way, it's a lot of work, yes? It's a lot of work, daily work, and somehow girls more often feel like, okay, better I choose dance studio or, something where people could see me more, because in such age, sometimes it's important for girls, to show up, to share their vision. And through chess, sometimes it's difficult. And all these options that when you have a role models, when you can communicate through chess, it's give a future possibility, I believe personally, for girls to stay in chess and to cover more girls to play chess, let's say.
Yeah, because in preschool what they are doing is combining chess with music and dancing on a giant floor chessboard. And then, well, for those girls from 2 to 6 years old, chess becomes something on daily basis, something normal, and then the label of masculinity disappears. This is, I see that we fully agree on that. But now, what else can be done? For instance, what about designing the chess clubs? I mean, normally the atmosphere in a chess club is very masculine. It's done by men, not by women, right?
I think it's changing, it's like changing day by day. And let's say in FIDE now we are running one project that we call All for Chess, Chess for All. And it's like monthly master classes in different countries, continents. And we try to encourage more and more girls to play chess. So we organize the tournaments, we organize a meeting with the role models, as I said before. And we have one great example just in April in New Zealand. We came there with Dana and we organized a tournament together with the New Zealand Chess Federation. And one lady was so impressed about how girls can be developed through chess that she opened the chess club after our visit immediately. So I think that's already a great result. And now she has already, I think, around 50 girls joined her club, and they have a new chess club in New Zealand. So this is our goal, you know, to promote chess through such an initiative like All for Chess, Chess for All, and to encourage more and more girls all around the world to play chess.
In addition to working on many projects related to women, you have a specific one on chess and people with autism. Why does chess work so well with this kind of people?
You know, we started this project 2 years ago with a little number of the countries. Now it's around 14 countries already joined this project. FIDE, together with the International Olympic Committee, developed and translated this program to French, Spanish, Russian, and English languages. And now we are working for Arabic language as well to be prepared this program. And I think it's become very popular because it's not only the way for kids with autism to develop their memories and cognitive skills, but it's also a kind of bridge, you know, between them and other kids, you know, because very often for kids with autism, for people with autism, it's very difficult to communicate with the people, you know, and through chess.
By talking, you mean?
By talking, yes, of course, yeah. But through chess, you know, they found a way to do this. Also, you know, it's not so many sports actually where kids with autism could participate, because sometimes even some sounds could destroy, you know, everything. And but at the same time, for them, it's very important to be part of the sport and social community. So I think that's why. And also, of course, we have a lot of good feedbacks from coaches, from parents, how chess help kids with autism spectrum
If
disorder.
I understand you well, chess allows you to have a very strong level of communication to somebody else, and also to express your personality and your creativity, but not touching and not talking to anybody. Is that the key point?
I think one of the key points, yes, but also, you know, sometimes for people with autism, it's even difficult to communicate, you know, but through chess, they found a way, you know, to talk about chess and other topics as well. So this is important.
Well, the problem of interviewing somebody like you, such an active person like you, is that many interesting topics are left out. So please, can you summarize the other projects you are involved in at the moment?
As I mentioned already, this project Chess for All for Chess, it's the main project that the FIDE Women Commission did this year. But we are stepping in a new projects just right now, and we are preparing for the next Olympiad that actually will be in Budapest in next September. So one of the project, I think it's very important one, is Chess Mom, and we see that very often for the woman who just give a birth to a baby, it's difficult to travel because the baby is still small. So we are developing projects that this kid could travel with mom to the Olympiad. So this is our new idea. We'll see how it could be established, but this is our approach for the next Olympiad as well.
As a journalist, I'm very interested in writing a story about that. It's a very nice one. Yeah?
Yes, I give you more details when we will be prepared better, because we are just in developed stage now. Another project, it's also for the teams who doesn't have a women team. How to encourage more girls more women to play chess and go to the Olympiad. And we made the research with our group in FIDE Women Commission, and basically in most of the federation who doesn't have a women team, it's because not so many ladies, not so many girls play chess. So we are finding a way how to encourage them to participate either in online or offline sessions. So again, we are in the stage of developing this project now. And one of the biggest and most important for me now, it's Chess for Refugees. We are running a girls club in Kakuma. We started again with 30 girls, and now it's more than 150 girls playing chess in Kakuma camp. And I think it's a really nice project, because through chess, girls also learn other things. Not they have a books club there. You know, they meet new friends playing online.
You are touching my heart, because some years ago I was visiting and giving a workshop in the biggest camp of Syrian refugees in Jordania. The workshop was for Syrian school teachers, and it was really very touching. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important because it's a difficult situation for people, you know, who become refugees. And just now in November, we will launch a pilot project again with International Olympic Committee, Chess for Peace. And this project will be for the refugees from Ukraine.
Last question for a short answer. How many years do we have to wait for to see many women among the top 100?
We are working on it.
You will be a very good diplomatic, Anastasia.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anastasia Sorokina, representing Australia. And the next thing you will watch is an event in itself, which has been inserted into this Educational Chess Summit 2023. The V4 project brings together 4 countries that have introduced chess in schools. Today, they will tell us how they do it and the results so far. The V4 or Visegrad Group refers in general to the political collaboration of 4 countries, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland, and Hungary. But now we are talking about an educational chess program sponsored by the Visegrad Fund, which aims to share knowledge, resources, and models of good practice among these 4 countries, which can serve as a model for the rest of the world.
Hi, my name is Marlena, and today I have a great privilege to introduce you to the good practices in chess education in Poland. So I will give a presentation on our project that we carried out with the city of Katowice and UNICEF, and I will show you how we approach the topic. So our goal was to obviously popularize the game of chess in the field of education, but we wanted to achieve scale. We wanted also to establish a long-term cooperation with the local authorities and educational entities and integrate the kids from Poland and Ukraine. So very fast we've realized that the teachers are the key. So in order to get like the full commitment of teachers, we needed to overcome doubts and find a way to make sure that they will want to work with us, because we were holding our workshops many times on Fridays or on the weekends, so they obviously had like better things to do, so we needed to find the right way to make sure that they will want to work with us. So the first thing we did, we tried to make sure that they understand the benefits of the game. So after that, we wanted to try to talk to their educational skills and to the fact that they understand the process of education. Obviously, we had to emphasize the uniqueness of the game and uniqueness of the teachers and the fact that they are the one that can bring chess to the kids. And we've used many examples, because if you will take like a very experienced trainer or grandmaster and you will give him or her 20 kids, he may have problems with holding the group. When it comes to teacher, they are the best people to simply organize the group and make sure that the message will be delivered. Obviously, there was a lot of hesitation from the teachers, so we had to anticipate all the problems. So the fact that we came and we said that we know everything you are worried about, we understand your worries, we understand the problems that you may have in your head, we have all the questions. So this anticipation was a very important part. So we made sure that we are providing them with ready solutions. So it was very important for us to say, if you are worried that you will find a kid that will be great in chess and he will beat you, we know how to do it, you can use him as an expert. If you are worried that you won't be able to solve like a puzzle, we have already solutions that are prepared for you. So we had to make sure that they will be taken care of and that they will feel safe through the project. So we tried to present maintenance-free and fully automated program, so they know that we have everything ready. So with our platform, ChessGrow platform, we prepared a ready curriculum that took the teachers step by step what should they do throughout the program. So when we had teachers on our side, we could go to the next step. And the next step was also very difficult, because we had to keep students interested. And this is very difficult, especially nowadays that we have so many games, so many apps, and it's difficult to entertain kids and to make sure that they will come back. So we had to present chess in a modern way where they will be attractive for kids and where they will keep coming back to chess even after classes. So we used a lot of technology, but still we had to find the right balance between fun and education. And this was very important for us to not to lose like the educational element while providing the fun element to the game, because we remember that we have the whole class and we have to keep all the kids interested. So everyone that's working with kids understands, especially with the young kids, understands that the repetition is the key. So when it comes to repetition, we needed to use varied forms not to get kids bored during the classes. So we provided the teachers with a presentation board, with the regular chess boards, but with the fun chess sets, and also with many technological platforms. We also tried, during the process, we also tried to teach healthy competition, because chess is a very unique game when you have a result very fast. So we needed to make sure that this result won't be causing any damage to the kids, so they won't be like crying after the game. So we very, very early tried to learn like the health competition. And one of the biggest tasks was to keep kids interested in even after classes. So when we have those classes, kids are coming back home, and we wanted to make sure that they will come back to chess as well. So here we used technology, and technology is a unique combination. Technology in chess brings up the unique combination between the world of bits and world of atoms. So we could work with teachers in a program where we could automate the puzzles, and we could automate the whole learning experience. We tried to take care to have like a high retention rate, which was very important. Because this was like the indicator of the kids coming back to the games. We try to increase the engagement of the kids through gamification, and this is very important, because having those elements of the games, like in other regular games kids are playing after school, we could give this element of the game, but keep students come back to the chess. And it was also very important to measure users' behavior, because throughout the process we are learning how kids are approaching technology, how teachers are approaching technology, and by that we could make sure that our program will be better each and every time. As a result, we reached outstanding achievements, I would say, because we at the beginning, we wanted to gain scale. And through that project, we managed to exceed the results we wanted to have by more than 100% now. So it was a huge success. What was like the other outcome we didn't expect was the feedback loop. Because after some time, teachers came back to us and kept telling us how we can use our own tools and how they are using this. So we got this exchange of knowledge that is very beneficial and that makes sure that the program will last for many years. That as a result of this, we have this strong collaboration between educational entities and the chess clubs, because every time we have like great talents, there is a nice cooperation between the school and the local chess communities. So that's how we approached our program. We are very proud of the success we achieved, and I hope it will be helpful for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marlena. Now we have two speakers from Slovakia. Michal Berba, founder of Bratislava Chess Academy, and Martin Hunčar, who works as a chess trainer at the same Bratislava Chess Academy.
Welcome to Slovakia, where our chess academy is located in Bratislava, the capital of this beautiful country. We do chess in schools, we do trainings for chess coaches, we do a lot of chess tournaments, and we do also chess events, special events to promote this lovely game. Let me take you on a journey to show you how we work with schools and kids. And Martin, on the picture, will show you some beautiful events we did in the past. How to successfully run a chess class at a school. And what to do with kids when we have them in one room. But the key question is, for us, obviously, how do we know that we did it right? How do we know that we did a great job? When we open the door at the school, there are 4 groups of people. There are us as chess coaches, and we want to teach kids to learn some chess basics, maybe some tactics, some strategy. There is also a school management. From my experience, when you go to director of the school, the magic sentence is, give us just one room and we do all the things, all the management around it, and you don't have to do anything, and you will win. The third group are parents. The most important thing for parents is security of their child. Sure, the parents that their kids are really in a safe environment and at a safe place. And the 4 group are kids. They want to play, they want to learn something new, they want to find new friends. It's on us as coaches to mix it all together and find some balance of all of these expectations. When we set up the class, there are 2 key features we should definitely follow. The first one is regularity. Doesn't matter how you feel, doesn't matter how bad your day was, doesn't matter what the weather like is, every single week you should go to the school and be with the kids. And more important than to teach them some chess rules or tactics is to inspire them. Inspire for a chess game. Believe me, if you do that, it will be much more easier for the future, for kids and for you to learn a chess. So what to do with kids in the class? And it costs us zero costs. Us as a teachers or coaches, sometimes we imagine that kids will be sitting in front of each other quietly and for 60 minutes playing a game. But as far as we know, it's not always like that. So what can we do when the situation is different and we would like to inspire them for a chess game? Why don't we take a chalk and create them like Chess Picasso competition? They can draw nice pictures on the blackboard and it's a big fan. We can also use demonstration board, but not only for playing a game, but kids can sit around the demonstration board and solving some puzzles, creating pictures, whatever they want. They are cooperating with each other and have fun. Don't worry if you don't have demonstration board. You can use a regular one and kids can sit around the table, around the board, and you can do the same activities as with the demonstration board. Sometimes it happens that one chessboard is not good enough. Why don't we use or put 8 of them on the floor and create a big chess game? Or as far as we know, kids like to move all the time, like me, for example, now. So put aside the chairs and kids can walk around the table and play a game of chess, obviously. Sometimes happens that kids come to you and they want to create their own game. Support them, put some chess rules inside them, and kids will be happy because they create their own game which can they play, and they will be very excited about it. And when the sun comes up and the weather is very nice outside, why don't we play a chess outside next, for example, of the football stadium? After we finish the class or the semester or the year, don't hesitate or don't be shy to ask kids for a feedback. There are many ways how to do it. You can simply just kids put a chess piece on the blackboard. I like it or I dislike it. But the most important question comes when you lock the door and kids meet their parents. Because parents ask them, how did you like the chess? How did you like the class? And I wish all of you that always the answer of the kids will be yes. Don't forget, have fun and enjoy it. Thank you.
Hello! This is my good friend and helper, Šahulko. Mate. Šahulko, you laugh like a monkey, but you are in such a good mood. But why? We are in Budapest. D4, knight f6, c4, e5, and black is winning. Almost, Šahulko. So I just want to give you example how I'm doing my lessons with the smallest children. They like my friend. This is my lesson. I want to teach. No, this is my lesson. Just be quiet, okay? And I think the things what we need to do with the children, we need to create the atmosphere just from the very beginning that the chess is the best game, which is actually the true. So the children, they need to relax. They need to see that it's so good to play chess. And we need to give them praises. We need to tell them that they have really great value. This is the pictures from the kindergarten where I teach. I have several kindergarten online courses, live courses in Bratislava. And we do it together with my friend Šahulko. And even the things, the activities which looks in the beginning like boring, doesn't need to be boring. Like if you put on the magnetic board, you put pieces, you can, for example, sing them like Rook A1, and the children, they sing after you, and it can be excited for them. So we use the big chessboard. They imitate the pieces. They play different games like chess mushrooms here, and it's really very funny. And on the end of the lesson, they play against each other. And then the most talented children, or those who wants, we invite them to more advanced courses. And then we go deeper there. Yes, of course, we go deeper there. And I try to give them rewards, like they got titles during the lesson. So they are like candidate master, FIDE master, EMGM, the candidate of the world master, even the world master, if they could answer the questions. And if they don't know the questions, I don't want them to feel that they are losers. So my friend is giving them hints, like, for example, mate in two, or use your queen, etc. And so it's funny for children. And then those who are best, I'm inviting them to their first tournaments. So this is 4-year-old Arthur, and he started to play when he was 4 on preschool. The next year he was still in the kindergarten, so he was already my helper. And when I invited him to chess tournament, I knew that he would not win. So I made a trophy for the youngest player, and then he got the trophy. He was so happy. His mother wrote me that he even slept with the trophy. So that's, I think, one of our goals, to make them happy. Then if you do things, try to do it also outside in the nature. Here children are solving some puzzles, but what is even more important is to give them some rewards, good words, but also a little bit what they can take home. So I'm using small stones, precious stones, minerals, and they got if they win, they got if they draw, and they got even if they lose. And they like it, and if they have a lot of them, they are changing for the bigger one. And then during the spring and summer, we do camps, and that's something wonderful. Exactly. So here you see we enjoying. We have a carnival. They are dressed like this, and then they play. One day they play their games dressed like that. And also there are different other activities during the camps. We need some break, so we engage in activities such as archery, treasure hunts, and simply we have very good time together. And we made an exception, and we allowed even the 5-year-old talented players to attend chess camp. So this guy was 5 years old when he came this summer, and he enjoyed very much. And what is very important is friendship. If they have good friendship together, then they can keep playing, and they will not quit the chess. So for those who are more advanced, I create the Future Champions League in Bratislava, and they meet 8 times in a year for a classical game, and they played together 16 games, and it's A for a more advanced players, and B for beginners or advanced beginners. And during the summer we do also festival in our city, and this is also very good, and it's growing every year, and we are very happy for it. We also want to promote in the city the chess during the big grape harvest festival. So thousands of people are passing by, and we do this chess tournament in our part of the Bratislava city. And I also like to do something very fun and which is interesting, and it is what? Bike and chess. So in a forest, they need to do 7 rounds biking, and then they played 8 blitz games. And if you are slow on bicycle, then you have less time on the clock. And very similar, run and chess. This is a nice event for the whole family. Again, 7 rounds in a forest, running and then playing chess between. Also, in our community, they really are supportive in the part where I live in Bratislava. So I'm organizing the matches, old versus young. And it's really a great match, always. And on the end, I want to say that I wrote a book about my dreams. And this is also a tool which helps me to reach out to small children. It contains the fairy tale, his dreams and funny stories. And between the chapters, there are chess rules, there is like poems, and there is also like today's famous chess players, some information and photos for them. Thank you so much, and see you in Bratislava. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michal and Martin. Now let's go from Slovakia to Czech Republic. And the speaker is Lenka Kusova, head of the Women's Chess Commission in the Czech Republic.
Hello, my name is Lenka Kusova. I'm from the Czech Chess Federation. I'm chief of the Chess Women's Commission, a member of Communication and Marketing, and coordinator Chess in Schools in Karlovy Vary. In the Czech Republic, as a part of the Chess in Schools project, we place the greatest emphasis on supplying schools with high-quality teaching exercise books. We provide teachers with methodological support and offer them to option the necessary coaching qualifications. Let me introduce more details. What support do we offer? Our goal is to involve as many teachers as possible in chess teaching, and that's why we offer them effective methodical help. It's based on these two books. Each school involved in the project for the first time receives in September these two books free of charge. The first one is the Methodical Handbook for Chess Coaches and Teachers by author Petr Herek, an experienced and respected youth coach. This book covers the topics from the simplest rules and concepts to the basics of strategy and an introduction to opening theory. The second book is a collection of chess puzzles by the same author, which directly complements the contents of the chapters in the Methodical Handbook. In these two books, teachers will find introductions on how to plan each lesson, and at the same time they have a sufficient supply of tasks and puzzles that they can assign to the children. At the same time, the books contain topics for home preparation. We also offer schools chess workbooks for children. The entire publication has 7 parts, and its author is Martin Bale, an experienced and respected coach too. This workbook complements the Methodical Handbook and collection. The visual form is attractive for children who are starting to learn chess. Each child receives their own chess workbook each year according to their knowledge level. The tasks are playful, and children can write and draw in their workbooks, and they can keep it when the school year is over. Here are some pages. They learn how the knight moves, and what the pin is and how to castle. They learn what is the fork in chess, and how to evolve the pieces. In September 2023, we started cooperation with the new Czech chess portal My Chess, which is run by Martin Bale too. My Chess includes practice and online puzzle solving competition. These parts are free of charge. Teachers receives one free My Chess premium license. If they decide to purchase premium license for their students as well, each student license is 50% cheaper. It's obvious that for effective training of children, regular work and puzzle solving is necessary. We motivate children to regularly solve puzzles through an online long-term competition, which we also organize in cooperation with My Chess. Every month, children solve sets of tasks. Every month, we reward not only the best participants, but also draw several attractive prizes with chess features. For example, snack boxes with logo Chess in School. In January and June, we announced the best and the most active school teams, and these schools get equipment for their after-school chess clubs, especially chess sets. Even a small school with a small team has a chance to win. We intensively fight the myth that chess is an extremely difficult game with many difficult rules, suitable only for more gifted children, and as a game difficult to teach. We need more teachers to get involved in chess teaching. The number of coaches from the clubs is not enough for all schools. And that's why we offer teachers an online course for coaches where they can learn the basics of chess methodology and didactics, improve their own game, and gain the confidence to start teaching children at least the basics of chess and to use chess as an educational tool. We are already reaching out to students at the faculties of education at universities, and we offer them this course completely free of charge. The more teachers we convince that they are able to teach chess, the more children will get a chance to learn chess at schools. There is a lot of work ahead of us. Friends, thank you so much for your attention. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Lenka. And now from Hungary, the hosting country, Andrea Farkas from the Judith Polgár Chess Foundation.
Hi, I'm Andrea. With the next presentation, I would like to share how chess is used in education in Hungary. Based on the survey sent out in connection with the V4 project, nearly 300 clubs, more than 200 kindergartens, and over 750 elementary schools have chess activities in Hungary. The most popular initiatives are in chess clubs and on online platforms, as you can see on the left side of this slide. In the elementary school curriculum, there are two alternatives implemented for grade 1 to 4 as an optional subject. Chess logic is focused on math, logic, and IT. Skill Building Chess as an educational tool is the Chess Palace, which is a motivational program and boosts kids' self-confidence by using the rules of chess. The focus is on logical and algorithmic thinking, creativity and critical thinking. The Judith Polgár method, which has been recognized and supported by the European Commission and the International Chess Federation, is an outstanding educational innovation. Since 2013, the number of children, teachers, and institutions participating in its program has been steadily increasing every year. Currently, the number of children participating in the method in preschool and primary education is over 50,000 per year. Approximately 4,000 teachers have participated in our teacher training courses, and it's used in nearly 1,000 nursery and primary schools. How the Judith Polgár method grew with time. It all started in 2011 by research, and the first milestone was in 2013, when Chess Palace became part of the national curriculum. In 2015, winning 2 awards assured us that we are on the right track. In 2017, the program expanded for ages 4 to 10. In 2022, the chess physical education program was developed. We give the extra knowledge to thousands of teachers due to a governmental funding in 2023. The new book series for children 4 to 8 years old is coming out also for home use. The Chess Palace program and its framework with games and graphics is a complex skill development program which develops and strengthens the skills that are essential in the 21st century, the 4C, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. Children's strategic thinking and problem-solving skills develop. Their self-confidence increases, and they will process information in a concentrated manner, highlighting the essence. The heart of the method is the Chess Palace, with its unique graphics and its magical fantasy world. The chess pieces are the characters of the stories. They have names, different personalities. Children can relate to the characters easily and develop an emotional attachment. There are a lot of stories and adventures, so children get more engaged and motivated by storytelling. We consider that not only hard work and passion are important for the success, but also planning and to develop long-term strategies. During 2024, the 6-part series of Chess Palace will provide an inspirational playground for kids all over the world. Finally, I will close my presentation with one of Judith's quotes. The chessboard is like a map that provides orientation. Several paths can lead to the goal. We can go on foot, by bicycle, maybe even on a skateboard. It's the same in learning. Let's find our own way to creative thinking. Thank you for your attention.
after listening to those very inspiring presentations, I think we are going to have a very interesting roundtable with the four speakers, four guests we have today with us. I will start introducing the two on my left. Venusia Suralova, Chess in Schools project manager from the Czech Chess Federation. Sorry about that. Welcome, and thank you very much for coming. Michal Brba, founder of Bratislava Chess Academy. And on my right, Lucas Turley, Secretary General of the International Chess Federation, FIDE, and President of the WASCO Hetman GKS Katowice.
WASCO Hetman GKS Katowice, yes.
Okay, and our host, Judith Polgár. Thank you for being with us again. First of all, I think I can speak on behalf of the whole international educational chess community by thanking all of you for what you are doing. I mean, this project of cooperation between four countries can really be a model for the rest of the world. Then let's start by a question that I'm going to ask you. Just each of you, please tell us about a lesson you have learned from the last 10 years of implementing chess education programs since the very famous European Union declaration in 2012, more or less. Please, one lesson from each of you. Who wants to be the first?
Chess in school, I think it's present in Poland even for more years than 10. But of course, this last 10 years are the most important. The most schools are joining. I remember the first conference in Polish Parliament, where back then President of Polish Chess Federation Tomek Sielicki was telling to Parliament members, like advertising the program, saying that this is not only developing skills, but basically building better society. Because this is kind of skills that we need to see in the new generation, because they will be working for our pensions. Yes, so we want to develop them as best as possible. From last 10 years, I think I'll say about this last year that we have a new project in my city, that after UNICEF conference, some soft skills projects are coming back, and for the first time we are cooperating with UNICEF. We are cooperating with private companies also who are supporting cities, is supporting the project, and actually we planned a couple hundred places for kids, and 400 more registered. But together with all the partners, we managed to find a place for them, all the equipment, books. I think it was partially thanks to visit of Judit in the city, because many people were discussing after our panel discussion about chess in education, and it started to be very interesting for many people who were not that much connected with chess earlier. For parents, see it as an interesting opportunity for their kids.
Interesting people from outside chess is always a crucial goal, of course. What about Venusia?
For me, it's very difficult to describe the development in last 10 years, because I started to work for chess in schools in Czech Republic in 2018. So I can talk about last 5 years. But I have to say that it's true that many another organizations started to support chess, for, especially cities. So, for example, in Czech Republic, Ostrava also has got its own city project, chess in schools, and the town or city is supporting their schools to have chess and to give education to teachers. So many another organizations, not only federation, chess federation, starts to support chess.
Again, you have support from outside the chess world itself. This is really important in my view. Michal?
Actually, our chess academy is on a map for 10 years. So we started like really from the 0 point, and What I'm happy about Slovakia that many clubs or schools are inspired by our work and implement chess in schools because they see that it works and kids are happy. So this is my key learning, and I'm happy that it really works and we can inspire other people to work with the kids. And for me personally, what I see as a chess as a tool to not only learn a chess as a game, but improving soft skills of kids, like for the future.
Well, that should be the most important goal. Indeed. Yeah. Judith?
Well, we started the program, the educational method, more than 10 years ago. So first of all, I'm very proud of that we started. Probably many of the people know that I was a professional player and very successful. And when I started to develop the program having chess in education, of course people were looking at me, the teachers for example, that come on, we don't want to do this chess. Mm-hmm. So in the last 10 years we gained incredible success that we gave courses also for a lot of more than 4,000 teachers. So what we learned from that chess is something that belongs to the classroom, and chess is a game which is extremely motivational in every different way. And actually what I'm learning also that in many different countries you can use it in many different ways. Mm-hmm. But I think also my findings is that we have so many good examples that communication and communicating it to the outside world, this is one of the most important nowadays, because it's not enough to do a good job. You have to make it visible to everybody who makes decisions, to the parents, to the school teachers, and so on. So I think we made a huge improvement in Hungary, and also as we see in other countries as well.
Mm-hmm. Actually, as far as I know, I think you are somehow adapting your course to other countries.
Well, we had a little bit, doing it for several years in China. Uh-huh. They're using it in, of course, the Chinese way, because every country has to adopt it. And now I have a new book series also, which we structured it in a way that we hope to have it as many languages as possible. Mm-hmm. But the main idea is not necessarily my program, but I'm really an ambassador for chess in school in general. So every good program is something I'm supporting a lot.
Mm-hmm. Now let's start by the second question by Venusia. What differentiates each of your programs from the others? I mean, it could be the method, the pedagogical tools, the materials, how it is organized, whatever you think is more interesting.
You mean what we offer to schools in Czech Republic?
Why your program is different from many others?
I think that the most typical feature for our program is offering, getting how to qualify for teachers. We offer online course for teachers, and they can achieve the knowledge how to teach, and then they can start to teach. And it's very effective because, for example, in last month, in September, approximately 18 or 20 teachers got through this course and got the qualification, and they can start to teach. And I think it's one of the best features in our program.
Mm-hmm. Michal?
Well, it's our key feature, I would say, is that we try to inspire kids to love the game. Firstly, not to push on some results or to learn all the combinations or whatever, but inspire to love the game. And afterwards, it's much easier to work with them, also with chess coaches, not only the teachers at the basic level. So this is our approach, what works for us, and I think that it's a way for maybe our country or region.
Mm-hmm. I see. Lucas?
You mentioned in the first question that this is very, very special cooperation, that basically we are doing similar things, but because of a meeting earlier online, now in person, we can exchange good practices. And for example, we can know what is happening in the Czech Republic as a federation, as a country. From my perspective, as a club, but also what is happening in the country. Judith is doing all the global thing, and as Michal saying, this academy which has different approach. So this sharing experiences is very, very important. Both on approaching on to decision-making people and of course how to teach kids. Earlier today, Madlena was telling about the application of technology to chess in schools, and we are trying to balance it. Of course, classes with books, interesting examples, but also to use all the power of technology as well, with interesting approach. Not too much of computer, of course, as well.
And Judith?
Well, our program is focused very much on metaphors for life and for the age of the kids. And so this is why we have a very special chess palace, which goes back and forth and merges the chessboard and the chess palace on the 64 squares. We have very special characters. We give them superpower. So the emotional attachment for the kids are very, very strong. We also add stories, rhymes, and so like every different things, whatever we put in the program, it has to be connected with the others. So basically the kids get into the flow and they just, without realizing it, they improve in every kind of skills.
Now, a question which I think is very especially interesting for our audience, Vanusha, how can successful models as yours be replicated in other countries?
How our course could be replicated, for example, in Poland.
Or adapted.
I think it can be very easy because our structure of the course is very similar to duplicate, and you just need a few people who are able to record some lectures for teachers. You need some materials about psychology and pedagogic, and then you can put everything into an online course to set some set of questions for teachers to make a test at the end of the course, and you can do the same as we do. It's very easy. Maybe it's only some things are only for translating to another language.
Michal, do you think there is something that is easy to do in Slovakia but more difficult in other countries for some reason?
Well, I was speaking also yesterday during this V4 summit with representative of other countries, and I think that each country has some speciality, I would say. Therefore, from my point of view, it's very important to have kind of people, like full-time people as a manager who will be doing all the management of the chess courses or whatever, and then these people can connect schools, can go to kids, but it really depends how to do on each country, because each country is different. But maybe kind of model that there must be somebody I can call anytime and he can help me. That is very important, because, for example, from my experience, I'm supporting also teachers, also coaches, also director of schools or whatever they need. So it's important to have some person who is responsible for that.
Lucas, you have mentioned and underlined technology, which of course is very helpful. But what about, for instance, third world countries? How can deal with that?
Yes, I had many talks with representatives of different countries, and they are willing to do big projects. But every journey starts with the first step. So I think it is important to have meetings like this, forums like here we have in Budapest. We are still a bit struggling with this in chess. Many other businesses are meeting very, very often. They are discussing how to organize a tournament, how to promote chess in education. And I think even for smaller countries or countries which are having, I don't know, one school in chess education, they can get something. And when they are listening to examples from our countries, and they can listen, maybe they ask some questions, they can also ask, what was your first step? Yeah, like to Michal says that 10 years ago he started. Probably he didn't start with 20 schools the very first year. It was the same problem that people are having in different countries, but also for some federations you mentioned in Africa. Chess is one of many sports. Of course, football is number one. Yeah, almost always.
Football is like a god in some countries. Yeah.
Yes. So when you want to build a federation, and you are going to this influential people, ministers, advertising chess as only a sport, your chances of success are not that high. But when you are showing that it's both sport but also tool for education, you might be very successful. And I had an opportunity to talk with some presidents of African federations, and they prioritize chess in education very often to trying to get some more funds for the first team, because they can get like 5% more, 10% more. But for chess in education, they can basically attract many schools in the country and make sure that chess is something which is popular in the country, and then we can talk more.
And Judith, you have experience with different, not only countries, but even continents, exporting your method. Which are your main conclusions from that experience about how should we do it?
Well, we are not there yet, that we are in too many countries, but I think it's, generally speaking, it's very important for each of us to clear as much as possible our method and our ideas, so it will be very clear to give it to other countries. And I think it's not only about making the program itself very good and very clear, and graphically also as much as possible to improve. So already decision makers, by looking at it, they say, wow, it's nice. But it's also extremely important to give the passion and this enthusiasm what we have towards our program, that somehow to transmit the belief that we do believe from our experience, from the decade of experience, seeing the teachers, seeing the parents, seeing the kids, to collect all these positive feedbacks, that we are able to transmit this, that you should try it, give it a try, because it's just good. And actually it's pretty cheap also, let's face it, it's not something which is unimportant. And I really believe that probably all of us can agree on that when we transmit our belief and our program because we love it, we just simply convince the teachers, whoever hears it for the first time. I know, Leoncio, that you have the same experience in many countries yourself, that you're talking to completely unknown, with people, educators who never heard about chess being in the classroom, and thousands of people you experience how they react. So I think this is very important, that the emotional part, that we catch the attention and we grab the attention, and then they're, wow, this is really magical. Chess being in the classroom, we would never believe it. So simple, right? It's like, wow.
Indeed. For instance, when a school teacher who is working on maths sees how can use chess as a pedagogical tool to explain a big part of geometry, arithmetics, algebra, automatically realizes that chess can be a very important professional tool for him or for her. And that makes the change, right? Now, the four of you have a solid experience already, so I think it's interesting to ask you about what are the main challenges for educational chess in the next years to come.
Well, me? A few months ago or last year, I had a seminar for chairmen of the schools or headmasters. and its name was "Why to Teach Children Chess." And I told them what are the myths about chess. And I think many people think that chess is very complicated, only for gifted children, it's not for everyone. And I think it's very important to explain them that chess is actually a very simple game with a few rules, and you can play it and you can gain some benefits from it, even when you play it on a low level. It's the same like when you learn to ride a bike. Nobody or not everyone is able to go around Tour de France, but everyone who learns a little bit to ride a bike can get some benefits from it. And even chess, when you learn chess, you can take some benefits from it, even when you play only on a low level, because it's also important for children. So I think it's very important to fight with the mythos about chess, because sometimes people think bad things about chess which actually don't exist. So we have to destroy these myths.
You are absolutely right. I underline every word she said.
Thank you.
Michal?
Definitely, I must agree, and we are struggling also with like overcome this. The teachers are afraid that I don't know how to play chess, and this is the first step we should somehow overcome. But I would like to maybe add what Judith said about the promotion of chess. From my experience, when I was talking to municipalities or directors, I used to go there and talk about, okay, we are doing this, and if these people don't know nothing about chess, they are okay and nobody calls back. But now I use very simple, I just print out like 2 or 3 pictures. This is chess tournament, this is how it looks in a chess class, and I just came, show these 3 pictures, and after 1 minute everybody wants to talk with you. So maybe simple trick how to talk with people who don't know nothing about chess.
So Lucas, besides destroying wrong taboos, what else do you think is a challenge for the near future?
One challenge that we had in Poland, and still we have, was that after this decision of European Parliament, we had a new educational bill in Poland after a couple of years. And actually, we do have chess and programming there as tools to help education. So, long story short, it is possible to have from next year chess in every school. But for the ministry, in the very first year when it was discussed, it was something scary. How the first thing to organize chess classes, from where we can take so many teachers, so many instructors for these teachers. So when you go to school and say, can we organize football tournament, then they know what is the football tournament. But for most schools which are not in a program, it is something new, and maybe let's not do something that we don't know how to proceed with it. So we for sure we have to show good examples, especially that when you have new legislation, always people are like, one politician are saying it's good, others are saying it's bad. At the same days that this legislation was going through, we had a tournament in the Polish parliament for very young kids, and there was a camera, so we were recording opinions of politicians, and they were saying, some were saying good legislation, some were saying bad, but all of them were saying chess and programming perfect. So there is a wheel, but from this wheel to the situation when we'll have 90%, 100% of schools in the program in the country, there is still a long way to go, and I think it's everyday work on the level of the clubs, cities, and of course federations.
Actually, as we have seen along this educational chess summit, chess and coding are extremely connected, so they work together really very well. Now, for Judith, I have a special approach because I know you like it. In the last 25 years, the world has changed as much or even more than in any other 25-year period in the history of humankind. And according to the experts, is going to change even faster in the next 25 years. But chess develops flexible thinking.
I want to add a little bit to the question, sorry, because I think it's very important that the biggest challenge from my perspective, seeing many, many different countries, including not only us, but Spain, Argentina, Latin America, different countries, to find chess in education the right way. Where is it located in education? To clarify it, is it an after-school program? Is it a separate subject? It has to be included in some transversal way into different subjects. I think it's very important to clarify for everybody that they understand that chess has its place. Maybe it's not only one place, but then we structure it that you have 3 different kind of, so every institute shouldn't be the question that, well, should I do chess? No, I have this, this, or this, but one way or another I want to include it. So referring to your question, what will happen, right, in 25 years that we need? First of all, we need chess in education to have people being resilient, right? And chess is something can offer a lot for kids, I think, because with chess we know that we have to think ahead, we have to make strategies, we have to be very flexible, we have to rethink, rechange our thoughts, direct. We have to take responsibilities, and I think we will need this extremely, very, very much. And of course, we shouldn't forget that we're talking about kids right now who are in kindergarten and first grade, that parents have no idea what kind of job the kids will have, right? So how a parent can be helped, this is also a huge question to me. How can we help with chess the parents to be convinced or to calm them down, not to worry so much that actually what am I going to teach to my kids now? Because I have that job does not exist. I mean, in the last few years, last 1 year practically, we experienced what ChatGPT made to us, right? And it will come every year, every 2 years. So I think this is also something for me important that people should understand, that it's not only our belief, but our experience. The chess is something that really can prepare kids for flexible thinking and those challenges what we need. But actually, I would like to advise also the parents to learn chess for this reason.
Now, each of you, this is a real challenge, have only 45 seconds to answer a very difficult issue, which in my opinion requires a lot of nuances. This is a question that comes to us from Mexico. Should chess be a compulsory subject, or do we run the risk of it being counterproductive?
Now I'm talking about Czech Republic. So at this moment, Czech educational system has got its own inner big troubles with many things. So I think that in maybe 10 years, it could be very difficult to set as chess like a compulsory subject. But I think that chess still belongs to school, actually, at least at after-school activities. So I'm a teacher, and I wouldn't be happy if somebody forced me to teach it as a subject. And I would be happy if all the children could play chess in the afternoon after school for fun, as a hobby. And if some teacher wants to teach it in the morning during math lessons, okay, it's fine. But I think in Czech Republic it's not necessary to set it as it's my personal opinion. And all the effort how to spread chess around the schools is focused mainly on after-school activities. But we have around 15 schools where the chess is a subject in the morning, and they have it, all the children, but it's not the number one, not for me as a manager of chess in schools.
What about Slovakia?
I have personal experience that I'm teaching kids after schools, also during the education time, but for me I would say that chess should be prioritized for after schools. But the key question is maybe what Judith said, that we should know firstly where should be the chess when we are talking to school, if we want to there or there, because for me now it's not clear if everybody, for example in Slovakia, is sure that it should be, for example, more after schools.
And Poland?
45 seconds. Answer, yes. But of course, as Venetia mentioned, if we want to bring it to schools next week, it's just like deciding that we will do the chess Olympiad in Madrid next month. If we decide so, then it will be total collapse. And for next 10 years, no one will discuss with us any ideas for interesting chess projects. So to build a roadmap, of course, in every country, because some countries are more developed, so we cannot say tomorrow everywhere in the world. But to have, let's say, this perspective of 4, 6, 10 years to also show good examples, city by city or region by region, some pilot projects. So I think it's very reasonable goal. And every project is like a book. If you don't make the first step, you are still on the first page.
And how is the vision from Hungary?
Well, I think it's a very sensitive question. This is maybe the biggest debate, even within people who believe that chess belongs to education, because this is something, what to do, right? Optional or not optional. First of all, I think we have to decide whether we believe that it has to be in school. If we do, there has to be a strategy, as you said, that 4 years, 5 years, somehow to make plans that what do we need. How can we convince the authorities and the teachers and everybody else? And for sure, one of the part of that is to make research, to make very professional paper material, online material, films, with all those very beneficial effects what chess has in the classroom. So if people know that it is really like that, maybe in the first year it can be a pilot, and if it's so successful, then you can move on. But you have to give little liberty. At the same time, decisions are very important, and sometimes you have to make tough decisions and very committal decisions. And we'll see in which country it's going to be the decision makers who are ready to take these.
I guess that a lot of our viewers are now thinking deeply and about, well, for instance, how can these successful 4 projects be replicated or adapted to other countries, or what about the challenges you have mentioned, and so on. So I'm convinced that this debate has been really very inspiring for a lot of people. 1 million thanks to all 4 of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In the next hour or so, I'm going to talk to this kind of people who chess really deserves and needs, more than deserves, needs very much for the coming years. And for example, our next guest, Jesper Hall from Sweden. Hi Jesper, thank you very much for coming. And by the way, congratulations, because since yesterday you are a new ambassador of the Judith Polgár Foundation.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. If we talk about titles or positions, Jesper Hall is the chairman of the Educational Commission of the European Chess Union. But more important than that, at least for me, is that Jesper has dedicated a big part of his life to work hard on the not only chess as a sport, but also as an educational, social, and therapeutic tool. And he is also a specialist in how to design, organize, and develop projects in these fields. Therefore, Jesper, my first question is, one such project is called Let's Play Together, because chess is one of the few activities where grandparents and children can mix on the same terms. Let's say it like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's actually, it also, first of all, as you presented me, I am working all the time with different kind of projects, trying to get money from funds and so on, and not the least trying to design them and plan them so they are in line with not only what we want in the chess family, but actually so we can contribute to the development of our society. And one of the things that happened during the pandemic, that was that a lot of grandparents, they got locked in because they couldn't get out due to the pandemic. And one of the things that happened was that they lost contact with their grandchildren. What we then realized was that here actually chess had got a good chance, because chess can be worked both as a good board game or we could do it online. So my idea was that if we could create some kind of project so the meeting between the grandparents and the children could take place, it could be very interesting for both parts, of course. So I made an application, I got money for it, and I started to develop a new way of what you could say, I created an adventure, because I wanted them to cooperate and not to compete. Because the focus was on this meeting between these generations. So the basic idea of this project is that you have an adventure, you are going to solve some riddles, to get keys, to get out Napoleon out of the jail, and you get, every time you do something together, then you get one more key. And it's a cooperation, and the grandchild and the grandparents, they do it together, and it is a cooperation.
Yeah,
so that's the basic
they are
idea.
learning from each other, yeah.
And they can do it either online or they can meet in real life.
Of course.
And we also have gatherings with all those pairs that are doing this together. So like a party together and doing funny stuff. So it is focused on the meeting.
Few hours ago, during this summit, I was talking to several experts about how strong are the connections between chess and coding. And I know, because you told me about that a few months ago in Italy, that in Sweden you have already implemented a project on that field, and I guess you can have already some feedback or provisional conclusions maybe?
Yes. This chess and coding is part of the CGS project. That was an Erasmus Plus project that we were running. ECU was one of the partners. And one part was this with chess and coding. And the basic idea for me was that because I've been selling chess to schools in my whole life, and normally I have to persuade them why should they implement chess in their schools. But now, in 2017, there came a new law in Sweden that the schools should teach coding, but they didn't say how. So the teachers in Sweden get, how are we going to do this? How are we going to give coding to our kids and make it interesting and so on? And as we have so many schools in Sweden that already have got chess. The teachers came back to me and said, why not use chess for this with coding and to teach coding and so on? So that's why I also wanted this to be part of this project. And now we have 15 lessons where we actually fulfill the school plan for Swedish schools. And actually in all Europe now, this will come more and more, that coding will take a place into the curriculums and that the schools will be obliged to teach this. And suddenly, we don't only come with chess, but we actually solve a problem for the schools. Personally, I believe that this can be a game changer for chess in schools, so that's why I implement so much time into this. And we have the first results from this project. That is, this has been tested in Spain, in Italy, and in Sweden, and the results are very positive so far. I'm still waiting for the final report that will come just in a week or something like that, from what I have heard. Yes, so that's it.
Oh, that's very interesting indeed. Now, you and I have a long experience on teaching the teachers in many countries. And very often, I should say always, we face the same problem. What I call breaking the ice. I mean, chess is very difficult only for very intelligent people. As I am not intelligent, then chess is not for me. So as Swedish people are much better than Spanish on breaking the ice, then please explain, how do you break that ice?
I think that one key is always to put yourself in the other person's position. I call it the outside and in perspective. Actually, it was the former president of the Swedish Chess Federation, Carl Fredrik Johansson, who gave me this approach. That means that what is it that can make a teacher to start with chess? First of all, I think that you need to create a system that can be dealing with what they are best at, organizing. So first of all, your system must be based on organizing. In our case, it is like the playing method that we have done in ECU. That means focusing on mini games and so on. And the teacher are more like an organizer of this. Then they are a little bit more warm in their clothes, that we say, at least as a Swedish expression. They know a little bit more of chess, they get into it, they start to understand it, then you can take it to the next level. And in ECU and in our courses, we call that the Chess Plus method. And then, you have some exercises. Still, they are organizers mainly, but you add on this type of exercises and start to give them tools to teach. And then, of course, you can have like a full curriculum, where you have planned lessons and perfectly like that. But one way is also, in Sweden, I have 3 courses for teachers, quite short. But the first course that I give is always called Chess is so easy to teach, so everyone can do it.
Bravo, very good.
This is the first course. Next course is chess is very easy to teach, yes, but if you give it a little bit more, then you can do it better. The third course I give, I open up the world of the possibilities to teach chess. But you need to take it step by step to guide them into becoming a chess instructor.
That's a very good communication policy. Congratulations for that.
Thank
and
you.
Finally, the $1 million question. Okay, I am convinced chess is a fantastic educational tool, but what shall I take out from the curriculum to put chess instead of?
Nothing. I don't believe that chess should, be something that you take out mathematics or reading or something like that, because this is much more important than chess. And I think this is important to understand. But just like you had I heard your discussions before, chess is fantastic as a supplement.
Or transversal or interdisciplinary method.
And give it as a tool to the teachers. Or maybe this with chess and coding, it could be like, here we have a possibility to make it more to come in this way, because they are obliged to do it. But otherwise, of course, it's better that children are good at reading, mathematics, than that they are good in chess. And this we need to understand. We are a support to this development of the kids.
Actually, in Sweden, what is the most popular method among school teachers? I mean, transversal, interdisciplinary, with chess with its own hour in somehow, or how?
No, in Sweden, I would say that the basic what we have is a fantastic tournament called Schackfyran. And this is like the engine for Swedish chess, but for the Swedish Chess Federation, but also the chess community and for the schools, because it's such a good social project, I would say. Everyone should take part. And from this, to this tournament, of course, then the teachers want them to perform, so they start to train them a bit, and we give, Swedish Chess Federation is giving them courses and support with the materials and so on. And then they discover that, okay, you can do other things, you can practice different things and so on. So I would say that you need to find this project that will be like the engine for all this movement of having chess in schools.
Jesper, thanks a lot, because I am convinced this conversation has been really very helpful for a lot of our viewers. And now, from Sweden, we go mentally to South Africa to meet another educational chess authority, Ansel Lofcha, advocate of the High Court in South Africa, legal advisor. As a chess player, she is a woman international master, and she is a prominent member of the FIDE Education Commission, with 16 years of lecturing experience. Her lecture today is about decision-making, and then we will talk about other very interesting subjects with her.
Good afternoon, parents, educators, all chess enthusiasts. Today I want to talk to you about decision-making, the decision-making skills specifically in youngsters, in kids, and how we can use this as a valuable tool, not only for the learning process, but also for life choices, how to groom these specific decision-making skills with very young learners. I want to share this specific quote that I really find extremely valuable when we work in chess and education especially, and I'll read it to you. One of the primary differences between children and adults is the lack of life experience found in children. This is one of the reasons why children rely on their imagination to compensate for the lack of experience, especially when it comes to dealing with difficult and novel concepts. It is of paramount importance for the chess educator to enter this world of imagination and build a framework in order for a child to understand various concepts. Now, in short, at our age as adults, we have a whole life experience or database of experience that we can connect to whenever we have to learn something new. When we learn something new, we first try to find something that we can connect it to in our database. Now you can imagine with children, if they're at the age of 5 or 3 or 4 or 6 or whatever, it's difficult because they have a limited database of experience. So this is why we need to, first of all, know their worlds. We need to get into their imagination, and we need to know our children and our learners. The definition of decision making. I know we all, but I think it's important to just look at one or two things here. It's a conclusion or a solution reached after consideration. And then the next one is a sensitive one, I would say, for the ladies especially, the act or need for making up one's mind. Now, my opinion is that us as ladies, we often change our minds, and it is because we are so good at decision making. That's my story, I'm sticking to it. You can have your own theory on this. But this is the act of making up our minds about something. The purpose of decision making is also very important. First of all, we make decisions to meet our needs. So let's think about that, to meet our needs. The next thing is, it creates a level of certainty. When we make good decisions, we tend to have that level of certainty that we can trust ourselves and make our new decisions in the future. And we can trust our own decision making. This is also where decision making becomes faster, the process. And successful decision making improves intuition. Now this is important, especially in chess, because if we make a few decisions successfully, it develops our intuition and it makes it easier to make the next type of decision. Now, talking about the type of decision, there are 4 types of decisions generally, and I will explain these 4 types of decisions to you in 2 ways. One, I will use a chess example, and then I will use an everyday life example from my own life. So I will use my coffee example. So I do have, it feels like a Dr. Phil session now, where I have to confess that I do have a little bit of a problem with the coffee addiction, you know, but I drink coffee for your protection. So I will use my coffee decisions to explain the different types of decision. So an automatic decision is when we start off the chess game, for instance, where you play a certain opening, you know this is your first move, you just make the move. You don't even think twice about it. For me, coffee-wise, this is when I wake up in the morning, before I even try to take my phone off airplane mode, I need a cup of coffee. Again, for your protection. A simple decision is where on the chessboard, it doesn't really matter whether it's the best or the second best move that you choose in that specific position. It won't really impact the outcome. My coffee part, this is when I have my second cup of coffee. So this is more like a habit, having the second one to face the world, you know, now I'm ready to have a decent conversation, perhaps with someone. Then the critical decision. Now, on a chessboard, your critical decision is the point where the difference between your first and your second best move can be the difference between half a point or more. Coffee-wise, this is the part late afternoon when I have another coffee just to get me through the day. Critical decision. If I don't have it, chances are good that I either need bail money or lose some friends and family in the process. The last one, strategic decision. This is the conceptual decision, where you see the bigger plan. And often you might, on the chessboard even, you might make or accept a certain position like double pawns or an isolated pawn or a certain type of exchange for a strategic decision that will happen later on. Now, again, coffee-wise, this is where late in the day I need to decide, am I going to have that last cup of coffee to pull me through and have an all-nighter, or rather rest, get up tomorrow morning and start afresh? Right, so these are the different types of decisions. And this is important for our kids as well. I cannot resist the opportunity to use a little bit of a legal idea here as well. I want to mention the age of criminal responsibility. And in general, criminal responsibility means that this is the minimum age that the child needs to reach in order to be criminally prosecuted. In other words, Over this age, this child might easily go to juvenile prison or some other type of rehabilitation facility. Now, in general, the average age in the world is about 12, but applicable to Hungary, for instance, it's 14. In South Africa, it's also 14 years. Now, why I want to mention this is that we know that kids under the age of 14 in the chess world, there are some grandmasters. So they need to have a certain type of decision-making ability, which can enhance their overall life skills in this sense. So when we look at criminal responsibility, there are two aspects. On the one hand, they need to distinguish between right and wrong. And on the other hand, they need to act accordingly. Now, a good example here is the toddler that has a baby brother or sister, and the toddler knows that it's wrong to bite the baby brother or to hit the baby brother. They know it's right, it's wrong, so they know the difference between right and wrong. But if baby brother takes his toy or bites him first, he doesn't have the ability yet to distinguish between how to act on this, how to act accordingly. And this is where we can enhance their decision-making processes and abilities and skills in order to speed up this act accordingly process. I want to use the example of a knight move, for instance. And again, I want you to keep in mind that we have grandmasters that are under the age of 14, and surely they need to know how a knight moves, right? So if we look at the process of decision-making improvement, when we look at a simple idea of learning how the knight moves, in the beginning, you teach them how the knight moves, and they have this, where they hop, 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 they count the moves. The first object is just to get the knight on a legal square, to make a legal move. Whether it's a good one or not, they just don't want to make an illegal move. Here we distinguish between right and wrong. Now, after they got the hang of this knight move business, then they try to find a safe space. Where can I put this knight that I can still keep it on the board, And this is the act on right or wrong. So now they know how to act on this right or wrong part. Then after that, they can select even the best safe square to their benefit. And even after that, they have the ability to create a nice pathway for this knight to become a Steinitz knight or a knight on the outpost or a nightmare, whatever you want to call it. So this is the decision-making skills that kids have and at a very young age. So if we can enhance this, we can actually enhance their life skills in that sense. So I'm going to give you one or two tools that you can use at home. You can use it at home or at the chessboard. Some life hacks on how to improve a child's decision-making abilities. The first thing is start early. Toddlers can make decisions. Even toddlers can make decisions. So I know the biggest challenge with toddlers is normally to get them to wear shoes, especially in winter, right? So the decision here, or the choice here, should not be, do you want to wear shoes or not? You give them the opportunity to make a decision whether they want to wear red or blue shoes. You see how we trick them here? We don't ask them, do you want to go to chess practice or not? We ask them, do you want to play white or black in this position? Right. Modeling. We need to give them the example of how we think. Even small things, even when you go out to buy milk and your child is with you, look at the expiry date or the best before date on the milk, and then you ask your child, do you think we will drink this amount of milk before the expiry date? That's a simple example, but take them through the process. Talk through it. Explain the pros and cons to them as well. Provide support as they learn. So often the children will ask you, Mommy or Daddy or Coach, Teacher, can you help me with this decision? If it's not a difficult decision and it's a safe decision for them to even be wrong in that decision, encourage them to make the decision themselves and ask them, first tell me, what would you think? Get them to that point where they feel encouraged and motivated to do it themselves. And also practice how to make fast decisions. Like, we're leaving in 2 minutes. Do you want to wear red or blue shoes? There we go. Then I have the bicycle moments. I heard one of my other colleagues also spoke about bicycle, the bicycle idea, and I call them bicycle moments, where we buy our children bicycles, right? You know they're going to fall off at some stage. At some stage, they're going to hit the tar, and it's going to be blood on the dance floor, most probably. You don't know if it's going to be that day, the next day, or next week. But we still buy them the bicycle, and we still teach them how to ride a bicycle, right? So the same in chess. We know that they're going to get back rank mated once. They will fall for the scholars mate once, at least. But yet, we allow them to make those decisions. They have to feel it themselves. We cannot always just tell them about it and expect that's enough. So let them make some bad decisions. Obviously, it shouldn't be harmful or break the furniture or, cause bodily harm to the children, but allow them to make some decisions and make bad decisions and take the consequences for those decisions. So I will be very, I want to be inclusive. I believe in human rights, it needs to be inclusive. So my last part, I want to also encourage some of the pet owners. So I am a very proud human slave to a boy cat called Lexi. And I've got some insight on a cat's decision-making abilities as well. So just to round it off for you, to say that I didn't leave anyone out, there's some decision-making processes of a cat as well. I thank you.
Welcome again now to another interesting and promising debate. By the way, our very dear friend, the Chessy Bird, is whispering to me that so far the summit is being very interesting, and he liked very much, especially your presentation, Ansel. So congratulations. And we will go deeper on some of your points later, but before that, let me introduce another big expert in educational chess, Boris Brunn. He is from Germany. He is also a member of the FIDE's Education Commission. And thank you very much for coming, Boris.
Thank you, Leandro.
The first question is to both of you, but let's start by Boris. My professional partner giving workshops for teachers, Lorena Garcia, has more than 25-year experience in the classrooms. And she says that before, the classrooms used to be normal except a few cases. But now there is no a normal classroom, according to her. So, Boris, you have worked as a chess teacher in many classrooms, you too, Ansel. Were there any unusual classrooms?
Oh yes, thanks for the question, Leoncho. There were unusual classrooms, especially in the elementary schools. Some of them are very cluttered, because the teachers, they do collect things like flowers, cardboards, plastic beads, boxes, a lot of things for every season of the year, and they do need it. I will never complain about it. They do need it for the regular lessons, but for teaching chess, it's a little bit uncomfortable. Plus, there is a lot of furniture in the room and a lot of edges and corners where the kids can just be harmed somehow. There is not even enough space for me to walk through the tables, not even place for the chessboards. So I found some classrooms that were not suitable for teaching chess.
What about you, Ansel?
Yes, Leoncho, thanks for the question. I think the biggest concern from a safety perspective is that the teacher must always, or the educator must always be able to reach every student at any time in the classroom. And when it's cluttered like that, if you have to get to someone in the back of the classroom, you might actually cause some other injuries on your way there, you know. So it's very important that the educator must be able to have free access to every child from a safety perspective.
But do you think that because of the kind of society we are living in now, students in general are more aggressive somehow than before, or some students, the number of aggressive students is bigger than before?
Well, in a teacher's perspective, I may say that it depends on the region you're in. So there are local differences for sure, and there are good reasons as well. So if you have some social wealth and you're well situated, it's most definitely less, and for other reasons, it's a little bit unsafer.
What is your experience about that?
Leoncho, just one thing that I really want to encourage the educators or remind them of is that, yes, children have bad behaviors. There are some unwanted behaviors in classrooms. But first of all, it's not necessarily the children's fault. They learned it some way. And it's often due to their circumstances and external things. A bully doesn't wake up in the morning deciding he's going to be a bully at the age of 8. He had to see it somewhere, and it had to work for someone, somewhere. And this is why we need to be that voice and that extra pair of eyes for the kids to look after them and out for them in that sense.
Ansel, I know you are working deeply on this concept of safeguarding. But as it is a modern concept, let us start by explaining what is safeguarding.
Well, it is modern in a sense that it changed a little bit of the look of it. But if we think back in the days for swimming and gymnastics and all those sporting codes, there was always safeguarding. Whenever there's a water sport, someone had to be there to rescue a swimmer, you know, or in gymnastics, when they fall, the mats need to be in a certain way. But now it branched out to also the well-being of the player or the athlete or the student in that sense. So it's not only about the physical being a paramedic or anything, but also the mental and emotional well-being of the participant, yes.
Boris, this concept of safeguarding is becoming really important nowadays. How do you ensure the safety of children in your chess classroom during activities or lessons?
Yes, if I come back to the classroom I was describing before, I have to make a decision as a chess tutor. I have to think about if I can do my lesson in this classroom, because if it's not possible to get access to all parts of the room, I need to go and discuss with the principal or the designated coordinator to change the room. That's my first decision I have to make. And the other thing I would recommend to have a safe environment is to teach open door, always. Like we're teaching chess, so it's not a big secret what we're doing, and it's absolutely transparent. This is one good way. If you're not able to have an assistant, the 4I principle is another one that I could recommend at this stage.
Ansel, probably because of lack of time, you couldn't develop or elaborate some of the concepts, very interesting ones you were explaining in your presentation about decision-making skills from early childhood and so on. Maybe now we have time to elaborate it a little more, if you like.
Well, as educators, we can actually assist our learners with certain decision-making skills to become better human beings. We have to remember that little Johnny or Susie that we coach chess today or teach chess today will most probably not be a chess player for the rest of his or her life, but they will be a human being for the rest of their lives. And this is why our impact on them is so important. The memories we make today is something that they will remember in 30, 40 years if someone asks them what was a good teaching experience or learning experience that you had. And they will say, oh, it was Coach Ansel or Coach Boris or Coach Leon's show that did this or that. You see, and this is what we want to create. But from a safeguarding perspective, the problem with safeguarding is that people, educators in that sense, it's still a very under the carpet thing, it's a silent thing. We don't talk about it, we don't mention it. For a legal practitioner like myself, it's easy to speak about it. And even when we have our preparation of teachers courses that we present, I can immediately, Boris can be my witness there, when the moment I start talking about it, I'm comfortable with it. The participants go silent and they listen intently. So it's not a comfortable decision, but we have to put it out there. And us as adults have a responsibility towards our learners. So if we don't want to take that responsibility to report certain matters and report certain cases of abuse, for instance, that we are aware of, if we're not willing to take that responsibility, we shouldn't work with children. That's it. There's many other job opportunities, but if you're not willing to take that responsibility for your learners, be that voice, don't do it. I mean, for us as adults, it's very difficult to report abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, any type of abuse. Imagine how difficult it is for a child to report it.
How is your experience on that subject?
My experience on this subject, my experience is that the conclusion is it's better to be transparent from the first minute on. The first lesson should be open, transparent to everybody, have an assistant, avoid every situation which would be uncomfortable for the children, because you have to focus not only on the well-being, but you have to introduce some conducive learning environment as well, so that they have the chance to develop themselves. So when we talk about all these problems with child abuse, if they feel comfortable, it's not so likely that this happens.
I see. I would like to come back to something which has been elaborated by Judith before during the roundtable. As I said, in the last 25 years, the world has changed as much or even more than in any other 25-year period. And according to the experts, is going to change even more and faster in the next 25 years. But the good news for us is that it looks like chess is the ideal tool to teach from that perspective. Do you agree with that?
I absolutely do, Leoncho, but I also, my warning, red flag warning lights go on from a safeguarding perspective. Sorry to bring this back there, but we need to understand that online, chess is a very good, works very well with online platforms, but the online platform is extremely risky. From a pedophile perspective and those kind of things. So we need to be conscious about it, and we need to have certain measures in place and make sure that parents are alerted when we use online platforms and informed, and certain safety measures should be put in place in that sense as well.
You are suffering this kind of problem as well.
Yes, sure. And on our preparation of teachers course, we cover it. We contacted all the vendors like the big online platforms, if they have safeguarding guidelines, and we check it before we recommend a platform.
Mm-hmm. What I wanted to emphasize is, if I am playing a game of chess with any of you, then during the game, along several hours, just one move from you or from myself is going to, several times it will happen that just one move will change the evaluation of the whole position. And, very important, the clock is running. So I cannot say, as the last answers of Boris' move is changing everything now, I'm going to think for an hour. No, I'm afraid I will have just a few minutes or even a few seconds to make a decision. So from that perspective, it looks like chess is a especially useful educational tool, right?
Definitely, especially the presentation I delivered just now about the simple decision and the critical decision. With the simple decision, you can still, it doesn't matter that much between making the best and the second best move, but when you make a critical decision, it can determine difference in half a point or more on the game. So it's important to also bring that back to life and explain to learners that one decision might make a life-changing decision for you or effect.
Do you agree, Boris?
I totally agree. I would say that you can learn from chess to make general decisions. Yeah, it mustn't be critical, but to be able to make a decision makes a better life, perhaps, because you are better in decision-making from different kinds of views. So it's not only the critical move, it's in general, like which cue to take and all of this. Only the small things. If you are able to do a decision on this one, on small matters, you can do it later on in your life with big matters as well.
As you can see, it's always very rewarding to talk to school teachers or experts on educational chess who have been working for many years in the classroom. So thanks a lot to both of you. It's really very inspiring always talking to you. I have learned a lot from both of you. Now, our next speaker is Brigitte Pesleg from the UK, chess player and educator with 20 years of experience working for Chess Plus. We normally meet Brigitte in London because she is one of the organizers at the very prominent London Conference on Educational Chess. But today, she will talk about empowering chess educators for the 21st century.
Thank you, Judith, for inviting me for the Global Chess Festival. I'm happy to participate in this great event and meet like-minded people. It's very inspirational to see all these activities. I already have a couple of ideas how to use them into my teaching. My name is Brigitte Pesleg. I'm a chess educator working in different schools in London teaching chess, and I'm also a training and conference manager for Chess Plus. Before I start my presentation on how to empower chess educators for the 21st century, I would like to introduce the activities we do at Chess Plus. Our mission, we would like to highlight the importance of educational chess and to empower and support teachers and tutors around the world to use chess as an educational tool. And we support that through our training courses, also with the Chess and Education Discussion Group, and with our annual London Chess Conference. Our mission and vision is to equip more and more educators to use chess as an educational tool and develop children's social, cognitive, and emotional skills. The aim of my presentation is to go through phases of a chess game and highlight the key components, and we have to ask questions about ourselves and our teaching practice, how to observe, reflect, and refine our practices, and be better and more effective in the classroom. The field of education has undergone a significant shift in the last couple of decades, and we educators have to reflect and adapt to these changes in the world. The 4 C's are often referred as 21st century skills, but in order to promote and pass on these skills to children, we have to also possess these skills. And the way we can assess it lies in our teaching practice. We have to see if we critically thinking about our teaching practice in the classroom. The first component is choosing the path. We use chess as an educational tool, and this kind of mindset, it's a kind of creative mindset where we see teachable moments from various resources. And we take chess and break it down to its element and try to make it as fun, engaging, and educational for children. Setting the board and designing the framework. When we work with the chess in education mindset, we know how transformative it can be for the 21st century. We have to see the parallels between chess and life situations, and we have to develop these skills in children to find these dots, to connect the chess strategies and principles and the decision we make on a chessboard and transform it into a life scenarios where we can make decisions. It's important because all these activities we do with kids can enhance their effectiveness in life. The first is when creating a positive learning environment. When children enter to a classroom, they have to feel safe. They have to have a sense of a team they belong to, where everybody is valued, and we think about each other as one team, one for all and all for one. And with this creative and positive learning environment, we give them the chance to make mistakes, and not knowing is okay. And we are here to support and care for each other. It's very important that we enhance communication skills in these sessions, that we have to listen to each other, because by listening to each other, we can also learn and be inspired from each other. To understand how children learn and know our students, it's important because there are all children are unique, and there is no one size fits all. So we have to tailor our teaching practice to their individual needs. When we start a lesson, we have to consider the area of learning. So knowledge is the information where information is acquired, and the skills are those abilities that they can use this knowledge. But attitude is often undervalued, and it's equally important, because if the kids have the right attitude towards learning, they can enhance their knowledge and skills. We have to foster a positive mindset and positive attitudes towards learning. It's really important that we have to make them believe in their abilities, that they are capable of learning anything, of doing anything. But for that, we have to know all of our little students to tailor these instructions to their needs. These instructions can be group discussions, individual work, pair work, and I often start my lessons with a group discussion, introducing different words which is related to chess and life. So the skills they use on the chessboard while playing chess, and they can use these skills in real life situations. So we use, for example, hangman, and then we open up the discussion and start to think about critical thinking. With these activities, we give them a chance to better express themselves. We are also expanding their vocabulary, and they can reflect on their own learning by having more words and expression to better understand their thinking process. So these teaching instructions have to be tailored to be fun, engaging, and educational, that they are actively participating in this learning process. And the way we are assessing students' progress, it goes hand to hand with our teaching goals. The goals that we develop these skills, social, emotional, and intellectual skills. So we find out by going around in the classroom, watching them, how do they cooperate with each other, how do they discuss certain things with each other. The emotional aspect, it's very important to think about their empathy, to think about their self-awareness. And the intellectual growth we can also assess through problem-solving activities. And what is this problem-solving activity? The first important thing that towards problem-solving, they have to have this earlier discussed positive attitude, that they are capable. And it's going to be really beneficial. They can use this in real life, that they are not running away from problems, but they are there to persevere. These cognitive factors to solve a problem is knowledge, memory, and metacognition. We need knowledge, acquire some information to solve these problems. And between a novice player and the experienced player, the difference is knowledge. I remember a little kid came to me that he was losing a game against another student and saying it's not fair that he was playing with someone who's been coming to the classroom for 2 years playing chess or learning chess, and he just started. The difference between them was knowledge. And with memory, it's about recognizing from these experiences the same patterns. The same patterns. So in the next time when they are facing a problem, they're going to be well equipped with these memories. And metacognition is about helping them to learn how they can better go through these structured thinking to find a solution, solve problems, and make a decision. They have to see the 3 phases: planning, execution, and evaluation after they have solved a problem, if the process they done was good. And if we do our job fine, with passion and encouragement, These kids might going to remember us as someone who was there for them, who cared for them, who always had some good words and encouraged them to learn and succeed in life. And in my final slide, I would like to complete the 4 C's with care and compassion. Very important skills next to the 4 C's to have in the classroom, and with self-reflection to improve our teaching in the classroom. We can also enhance the learning process of children. Thank you.
Very well done, Brigitta. Thank you very much. And our last guest, before the closing with Judith Polgár, will talk from a very important angle. Her name is Eva Giarmati, senior researcher at the Institute of Neuroscience and Psychology, a professor at the Upper Vilmos Catholic College, and a lecturer at several universities, and many more interesting and relevant activities. Eva, I feel really privileged by having this opportunity to interview you. Thank you very much indeed for coming. Let's talk a little bit about chess as a game, because sometimes we forget that chess could be just a game. But game is very important. I mean, Huizinga already established in his famous work Homo Ludens that play precedes culture. Perhaps that is why the educational line of learning by playing and playing by learning is so strong today all over the world, I will say. What then differentiates chess from other games from this point of view? Especially if we talk about learning to make decisions, which is the main thread in this year Educational Chess Summit.
Yes, chess has an effect on many different levels of the abilities, from the basic abilities to the highest level of abilities, from basic like sensory motor, like directions, relations, movements, to control ourselves, and on cognitive level, cognitive operations like memory, which is a very important base, and using algorithm, spatial, visual, reasoning, and problem solving, and what is very important, and the best games like chess goes in the direction that the highest level of the cognitive abilities, which we call that executive functions. These are the highest level, like decision making, or planning, or creativity as a whole, and seeing others' view. That's all in chess, a basic every game solution, and we could practice. And what is important in chess, that it's like life. And here comes the decision. We have to have decisions in every minute. And chess is a mirror of our life. If we imagine that our goal, which we have to have in our life, is the opponent's king. So there is the king. We have to be very straight to it. But meanwhile, we have consider our own values, our own king, and those who are with our abilities to achieve anything, especially our goals. So we have to be careful. And we have to know when to sacrifice, when to retreat, when to go forward. And that must be done very wisely. And here comes the decision.
And the clock is running, so not only very wisely, but quickly.
Quickly, and that's the life. So chess mirrors life, and then that's something very important.
Indeed. But very often, the person teaching chess is not a school teacher, is not a professional of pedagogy. Is a chess player who is going to the school to give the chess classes, which implies the competitive element in teaching. Then the question is competitiveness compatible with the concept of homo ludens and learning by playing?
Yes, that's competitiveness and cooperation is part of our culture and part of every game and every minute of our life. So it's not a problem, and I think it's very important to learn in a competitive situation from an early age, if it's possible, to lose, to respect our opponent, or to win, which is not easy to win in life, and being ourselves, and see the others' motives. And these are what we can have in competition, where there are not only cognitive steps, but emotional, motivational, and social issues in the competitive situation. So it's not a problem that there is a competitive situation, but rather what is the different view of a chess trainer is that the chess trainer thinks that chess is a goal. But for a teacher, and those who are already following what Judith found out, chess is the tool develop.
The
way to develop. So that's a very, very, very different. And in education, unfortunately, usually teachers think that that's the material what they give to children is the goal to learn. No, these are tools, physics and everything, and chess similarly, tools to try things, to try the world, to try a new way of thinking, to try myself. And that's different. And that's why I am very happy with the Chess Palace, because it uses chess like a tool and not, we don't want 10 millions of champions, chess champions. We don't need, but we need 10 millions and millions and milliards of people being able to think and compete on a really respective level. So that's why I think it should change also in the chess trainer's mind.
Yeah, the Chess Palace is a concept developed by the Judith Polgar Foundation, which Judith herself explained before during this summit. Now, let's talk a little bit about special children. For example, the intellectually gifted ones, for whom Socrates' famous phrase, "I only know that I know nothing," is especially true, because chess is for them like an infinite, unlimited challenge where there is always much to learn, right?
Yes, however, not all of the intellectually gifted people like chess. It's just certainly it can be a very good way to have challenges. That's very important, because the maybe the most important element of the talent is that seeking for challenges, and that's what chess can give. So, and for a talent, is rather a game which can have the pleasure for the intellectual challenge, or maybe it's a good way of developing those abilities, what chess is perfect. So that's a very different possibility for different talents. And obviously it could be a good start for all the talents. But, well, maybe there are other ways to develop. So it's a choice of the talent, what the talent would like to have as a life style, to have chess in it or not. That's the challenge is the most important.
Of course. If we are talking about ADHD, I mean attention deficit and hyperactive people, we even have scientific studies that indicate the great usefulness of chess, even from a therapeutic point of view, with these, especially children, also adults, but especially children. And in the case of the autistic spectrum, as we were talking before with Sorokina, there are very positive international experiences with respect to chess. Now, to what do you attribute such good results?
Yeah, that's first of all, the ADHD people need always stimuli. And that chess is a continuous challenge. So there is the challenge, there is the changing, which is very good. But there are the clear rules, and that's the key. because for ADHD people and autistic people, the rules are very important. So there is a framework. You can do anything, but the rules are very, very clear. And in that framework, you can have many challenges, many possibilities, and the situation is always changing, and that gives the ADHD mind an important possibility to rise the dopamine level, because that's the problem, that in ADHD the dopamine goes away in a minute. So they need always new challenges, new stimulus, something that is interesting. They have to do something, play or having others to do something, and chess gives it all. And for autistic people, that's really there. And otherwise, we have research results that specific learning difficulties lessen using this chess in the education. So we follow that. So I think what is good for the education and the best educational methods are good for the neurodiverse people, and vice versa. So the best educational methods we can see when it's good for ADHD and other neurodiverse people.
That's extremely interesting. Now, the last question. Suppose you were used to use chess as an educational tool right now here with a child. And then what is the first thing you will say to motivate him or her?
Yeah, but it depends on the child, so the child's interest. But what is the best way? I think that we consider chess a puzzle, an interesting puzzle, which can played without a competitive situation. That's why it's very good to start with end games and so on. So the first of all, I think it's a puzzle to find out how it works. On the other hand, it can be a story. There are people. It's a drama. There is the king and the queen has stories. All the pieces can have their own stories, which is another dimension of the chess. So if the child is interested rather in a rather verbal, imaginary world, we can start from that way. Just how it works, how these rules in the life and in stories, what happens, and so on. So we can find different dimensions of the chess and give the child that. But I think the puzzle is the puzzle.
Eva, you know, my dream as a journalist is interviewing somebody like you every day because of how much I'm learning. Eva Giarmati, thanks a lot.
You.
For
Me tomorrow.
All right, we can do it. Yes, thank you very much. And you please don't go away yet because we have the closing with Judith Polgár. close this Educational Chess Summit 2023, Judith, I think we should come back to the beginning when we set that challenge of trying to convince most of our audience about chess being able to raise the quality of education and help them to solve problems and to have a better life. Do you think that we have met that challenge?
Well, first of all, I think that we are both extremely passionate and a believer in this. And I do hope that it came across from the screens that we do believe and we could present so many different views and perspectives where people can relate to it or start thinking about it, that, well, maybe it has a point. Maybe I should look into it a little bit more. And it's not only that the people who the audience was that we convinced or not. If we did, just we are asking the audience to spread it to other people, other teachers, other influencers, to tell them that you don't have to start it, but if you're interested, get into it, get to learn more about it, and you will be surprised on the results.
I know that you were following this Educational Chess Summit for more than 5 hours very attentively. So what are the main hints, the main conclusions you are making?
Well, the conclusion is, first of all, that there are so many good people around who are engaged in this field, and there are so many potentials to make it bigger and to make more people to know about it. This was something very nice to feel, and not from the little academy to the bigger projects or more influential people, but also psychologists, professors on growth mindset, and also the AI. So there are different kind of aspects that we touched this topic, and this was something very important for me to show the diversity, how many different angles you can attack the project, how chess can develop and add to the modern education and to develop kids' growth.
You know, coming back to the sentence from Hans Rey, I started with the very first minute of this broadcasting. Chess is so rich that one lifetime is not enough to enjoy it all. Every time I say that, I am remembering the people who are practicing the Hindu religion, because according to them, we have not only one life, we have several. So let's hope that they are right. Thanks a lot to all of you. If you have been able to follow this for 5 or 6 hours, means that you really love education, you love chess, and we hope that you have learned, or at least that we have inspired you. So from all over the world, thank you very much indeed. We are here in Budapest, but we hope to meet you somewhere one day. Thank you, Judith.
Bye. Thanks for watching.